Phoenix
Alrighty.
Wright's been disbarred for 5 slutty years. Hello,
Yes,
welcome back
happy
to
all
Apollo
who
Justice.
celebrate.
Today's the day.
Yes.
Today's the day.
Today is indeed the day. I am so thrilled. Shall we get into it?
Let's just
Let's
jump
just-
into it.
Let's just jump into it. Turnabout Succession, trial day 1. We are going to have a hell of a time today.
We're gonna have a day and a half.
Let's do this.
Let's fucking go.
Ow, God.
God, I love this case. I adore the
October
case.
8th, 9:48 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 6. Good morning.
So, you're Vera, right? I'm Trucy. Trucy Wright. That's right with a W. But not right, right?
He was like the Flying Brothers.
Sorry, I've got gunk in my throat. We're on your side. You can tell us anything. Please?
Good morning. She speaks.
Not bad, not bad. But I think you do better with a little smile, you know?
Trucy, you are
Trucy.
women. You should know better.
Am I right?
Women, am I right? Trucy, you can't just say that.
Right, semi-women.
Clearly not. This is one women's right I do not support.
You're so pretty. You need to sell yourself, you know? Girl.
Trucy,
Okay.
let's take it easy. For
I love how
starters.
you can read these lines in so many ways. Like, Trucy, come on!
Trucy.
Listen to what you're saying.
Thank you for taking my case. The autism.
Oh, it's autism!
I love you already.
Mm,
Okay.
Vera's a great name.
Well, that's a start, I guess.
I love Trucy and Vera. It's autism for autism.
It's autism for it's autism autism on autism violence / pause. There she goes with the nail polish again.
That's great. Really, it's so cultured.
The joke that we make that the Ace Attorney franchise is just a series of exclusively queer people in non-queer situations. Apollo Justice is exclusively autistic
The autistic people in non-autism
in non-autistic
situations.
situations.
Want to try?
Ooh, really?
Girls.
Women.
This is why I took women, am I right? The victim, Doctor. Nope, that was a few cases ago. The victim, Drew Misham, was a forger. And a stolen painting was found in his studio. A life of crime, really. And maybe one that led to his death.
Hi, little mouse. Bye, little mouse.
October 8th, 10 a.m. District Court number 3.
And I'm not talking about Renosuke.
Ayo!
Heyo.
Well, when we now begin the trial of Vera Misham. Is the judge okay?
Never. Good
He's having a
question.
stroke.
His voice is all raspy, and he's looking around all nervous, like. The repercussions of today's trial will most likely be felt for a long time. And may indeed alter our legal system forever.
Alright.
Famous last words.
Hey, I'm in this case. How you doing?
Congratulations.
Hi.
Hi.
Today is a test of the jurist system. And the first step towards a new order in our courts.
Daddy's secret mission.
The jurists will function like a jury.
This is what the bit's been leading to.
I know. It is hoped that
Incredible.
inclusion will help the
This
courts. Yuri.
Yuri system?
Who is Yuri?
It is hoped that LGBTQ inclusion will help the courts to better reflect the people's will.
Why aren't there any jurists in the courtroom?
We couldn't find the memory in the video game.
We couldn't fit it on the Game Boy. On the DS.
3 closed-circuit cameras watch this courtroom at all times. The jurists have access to everything that transpires.
That transpires?
Jurists! Judge well and judge
Yuri!
cool.
No, he's not until the next game.
Days. Yes.
He's not until the next
leading up to the game.
Shout out to Yuri Cosmos.
Now, see here, Prosecutor Gavin. I was going to say that.
My apologies, Air Judge.
Jurists, today, judge today's trial coolly, if you would be so kind.
The jurists are unbound by the letter of the law. They don't affect the trial with evidence, but by their feelings. Ugh. We're about to find out just what effect they're gonna have.
We're gonna find out what feelings are. Next game.
Next game!
Very well, Prosecutor
More
Gavin.
autism.
The details of the case, if you would.
The victim is the painter Drew Misham. He was killed in his own studio. His coffee was poisoned. By whom, you ask? By none other than the defendant, Vera Misham.
No! There wasn't any... There wasn't any poison in the coffee.
Achtung!
Bless you.
Someone has been doing their homework. Indeed. Poison was not present in the coffee, but on the mug itself.
The mug? Ah, residue was found on the rim, I see.
Hi, that's what they called me in college.
What?
Don't worry about it, Prosecutor Gavin. Just let me have that.
Oh, okay. The autopsy report describes the manners of our victim's death.
The court accepts this as evidence.
We have an autopsy report. After 9 to 9:30.
According to this report.
Hang on, I should actually
Yeah.
look at this for a second. Okay. The chocolate poisoning, sure.
Okay.
Great.
The victim's death was caused by atroquinine poisoning.
Everyone says
That's-
it differently.
Un chemical compounds that does not occur naturally. Lethal dosage is a mere 0.002 mg. Sorry, I do not know your imperial measurements.
That is the metric system!
Un touch of atrocnine in the body.
Sorry, I do not speak American. You're American.
Atrocostria.
Sorry, I am American.
Is the touch of the Reaper's scythe.
No, the Reaper was like 100 years ago. You missed it.
Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. You may present your witness.
Are you sure you want me to do that? I have for you today un simple man for un simple case. A man who witnessed the murder in its entirety.
Oh, damn it. Oh, fuck. I just
Beans?
beans. That journalist, no doubt. That was unrelated to the fact that we're about to cross-examine Spark Brushel. I just spilled like half my fucking water bottle on my butt.
Aw.
Anyway.
Anyways. Oh, so sad.
Oh, it's so sad.
The witness will state his name and occupation.
No. Stop holding.
Right.
Stop holding your tits, sir. There's a court of law.
Well,
myself, for starters. My name's Spark Brushel. My job is a lone observer of the world.
In
Try
other
to bring in
words,
some of the meow. We'll see how it goes.
hold my hand. A freelance journalist, right?
Ahem. If you don't mind, I'd like to say something here for the record.
Yes, Mr. Brushel.
I dislike conclusions, specifically the aspect of jumping to conclusions.
Your tits look heavy. Want some help?
Your kids look heavy, want some help? Preconceptions make Park sandbox of endless desert waste, end quote.
But you are a journalist. You said so yourself yesterday.
Well, that's true, yes. But you must understand, I stand before you today as a man with a dream. I'm offering you my testimony in exchange for exclusive rights to the story. Scoop turns Mr. Brushel into that Mr. Brushel, end quote.
Let's hear your testimony then, shall we?
A simple case, Gavin? For me, the jury. Shit. Hold on.
Holding.
They got him.
Uh-oh. I thought it was gonna be like, the jury is still out. Knee slapper. And Trucy's like, Paulo, that was terrible.
Didn't even make sense.
Hold on.
So true.
Hold on. For me, the jury is still out. That was worth it.
Cool.
Okay.
I don't wait. Oh, the sun. Oh, okay. I'm like, we don't see anything. Oh no, why do we have egg?
Eggers.
Sorry, I just noticed that on the soundboard. You need a minute?
Now go.
Alright. That's what I'm trying to find.
Thank you.
I visited the studio around 9 that night to do the interview. The first outsider, the Altelier. Journalistic history made, end quote. His daughter brought us coffee right after we started, and I said, what the fuck are you doing drinking coffee at 9 p.m.?
9 p.m.
And you know what happens next? I couldn't sleep that night. Also, he died, end quote. No one else entered the room besides her the whole time.
That does sound like a simple case.
Unless?
You were the one who poisoned him.
What are you saying? Judge!
Need I remind you, the cameras are rolling today. I felt the need to be a bit dramatic.
You didn't do it, did you?
Me do a thing like that? Come on! That's like... newsmaker making the news, end quote.
You didn't do
Or
it,
even
did you?
contemporary witch hunt, end quote.
One lingering thought fills my mind.
I know, wild accusations rock courtroom, end quote.
The only one rocking the courtroom is me, bitch boy.
Rock indeed. That's what I do. Me.
Me.
Prosecutor Gavin sure looks like he's having fun.
I'm so happy for him.
I fucking love Apollo Justice. This attorney.
Yeah,
The
I'm
game
so happy
and
for
the person.
you.
Oh my god. Truly the man ever, actually.
The
But
man of all time.
very well, Mr. Justice, your cross-examination, please.
When we say not all men, we mean exclusively Apollo Justice.
First outsider into the atelier, journalistic and history made. His daughter brought us coffee right after we started. You know how the star falls.
Boy, 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 boy.
What's this about a star falling?
Star Falls, huh? It's like an old telegram.
I am your singing telegram.
Send money. Over.
That's not telegram.
Listen,
That's
Trucy's
a
Gen
telegraph,
Alpha. It's
my
fine.
That's a fucking walkie-talkie.
Zowie! Wowie zowie!
Holy Zowie!
Oh no, Spark Special just ate a wonder seed. What's gonna
Oh
happen?
no!
You don't know? That's like a journalism code word. An important personage passes away, a star falls. Get it?
But there's no gravity in space, is there?
Well, I got it!
I wouldn't think stars could fall, really.
Autism on autism violence.
Does this matter?
Oh boy, this is good stuff, good stuff. How about star breaks? Ass punch. I know, I know. Star dies. Nah, lacks imagination. Of course, you could go with Drew dies. Straight to the point. I like it.
I think we need to hear about something a little more substantial. I love that star is in fucking air quotes.
Yeah.
About when Mr. Mission passed away.
Oh boy, what a scene that was. He puts his coffee mug down with a crash, right?
Yes, and then?
Then the cold finger of death touches his spine. Life's flame sputters and pales. So cold was that touch he could do naught but tremble uncontrollably.
So this is a court of law. We don't have time to listen to your goddamn AO3 bullshit.
Actually, well, Life's flame is a little tired. Life's river froze over. Yes, that's a go.
I think he's starting his article already.
Could you describe that a little more simply?
Well, as you can imagine, I was pretty surprised. He hit the floor, as they say.
Next thing you know, Shotty got low.
Floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the... Artist seizure is final performance, end quote.
That cut out so perfectly.
Actoncanine paralyzes the central nervous system. The body arches back like a ball.
That's
The
quite
limbs.
enough of that.
Don't let him speak. You're giving them ideas, Prosecutor Gavin. Shut up.
There's something you can write in your article, Mr.
Ew.
What is it like the back,
AO,
the
AO,
back, the
AO,
body
more
arch?
like AO3. Am I right?
The body arches like a bow. It shakes, it trembles uncontrollably. The throat dries. Like, shut up.
Some of us want to be able to sleep tonight.
Oh yeah, well I want details. Lots of juicy details. Keep going.
Keep
For
going.
that, you can listen to our last year's hit single.
AO3.
Actoncanine Mein Love by The Gaviners. Available at all major music outlets. And Apple Music.
Spoofy.
And my little sponsor plug here in the courtroom.
Thanks to
Today's
Bandcamp.
court
Today's
proceedings are
court-
sponsored by the Gaviners.
By hello.
By HelloFresh.
By.
This court is sponsored by BetterHelp, which is what you need, Mr. Justice. Ill forehead.
Hello Fresh. Yeah.
Hello
Hello, Fred.
Hello Fresh.
Guten Tag.
Guten Dog fresh.
Dog fresh. Oh, Jules. Max's fucking prosecutor
not.
Gavin is incredible.
No, it isn't.
Yes,
Of
it is.
Of course, Hair Forehead. You cannot be protected by my prosecutorial vials, but what you can be protected from are people who are trying to steal your data with today's sponsor, NordVPN.
NordVPN. And as they call it back in my homeland, Nordic VPN.
Ale Forehead, it looks like your cold record is getting pretty full. You could probably save some storage in there thanks to today's help of vast storage cleaner.
The point here.
Oh my god. You know, you really could be looking for some more clients right now, Hair Forehead, and you know what would make that really much easier if you developed a website by
Thanks to this trial sponsor, Squarespace.
Squarespace.
Squarespace. Get 50% off on your new website or domain.
Ale Forehead.
We're just doing
It looks like
free
you could really get an
advertising.
outfit through. Ale Forehead, it looks like you could really get an outfit to refresh. All of my threads are sponsored by are brought in by today's sponsor, Stitch Fix.
So anyway, to all the brands that we just named dropped, you're
Yeah,
welcome for
that's
the
like,
free
I will take that
advertising.
sponsor money. Thank you. You can just write the check out to me. Thank you.
The point here is that the victim died of that he was poisoned.
He was poisoned.
Well, Mr. Justice, how did you find that testimony? I kind of lost the plot after
I lost the
sponsor
plot,
plugs,
baby.
Your Honor.
I have no idea what was just said. Very important. Well, as an account of the moment of the victim's death, I'd say it's very important. Please add it to the testimony.
Very well. The court requests the witness add this account to his testimony.
Okay.
I'll send to the room besides her the whole
Oh, it's the
time.
baby. Hello,
It's-
baby.
It's the baby.
The baby.
Say it was definitely death by poison. How can you be so sure?
I killed the man with it. Hey, look, I'm a journalist.
I mean,
I've seen a lot of things. I've had more than my share of experiences with so-called poisonings. Man eats fishy fish, goes bye-bye. End quote.
Food poisoning doesn't count. Yes.
Yes.
You say Mr. Misham had the coffee too. But did you actually see him drink the coffee?
Of course. He who sees it wins, but he who says it wins bigger. End quote. I live in a man sees dog eat dog and writes about it world. Yet,
Yet.
well, I guess I can't say I saw him drink it, really. He had one so-called sip, if that. Man puts lips to mug, drinks? End quote.
That poison is quite virulent, I hear.
My stomach did a so-called somersault. Since I gulped down that coffee without so much of a second glance at it. It could have been pain for all I know. Wait, maybe
Could have been
something's
paint
there.
water.
Maybe some kind of so-called ghost trick. Anyone want to venture a guess? For the record.
Does this guy have a pause button?
Well, Mr. Justice, did you find that testimony valuable?
Yes.
Yes. The victim drank his coffee, then
Yes.
immediately fell over.
That was the next game after Apollo Justice for talking to me.
Oh, yes, yes, you can go to press with that one.
Ruth, hey!
Hi, Ruth.
Your Honor, this is a vital piece of information.
Yeah.
Please add it to the testimony.
It was this one, then Ghost Trick, then the Leighton crossover, then Taga. No.
Very well. The witness will add this to his testimony.
I thought it was 5. It was at least 5 and then Taga and then 6.
Well, Takumi didn't work on 5.
Or
Damn it, you're
Takumi
right.
was working.
Shit.
Takumi was working on Taga. Well, no, he was working on the Leighton crossover at the same time as 5, and then once the crossover wrapped, he started working on
I
Taga.
keep forgetting that. I'm just thinking like release order.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
silly, Billy. Don't mind me.
Mm-hmm. He didn't work on Investigations 1 or 2 either. He was busy with Ghost Trick.
A good way to spend his time.
Vital, right.
Taga. TJ. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Huh.
Let's look at that the next one he was on.
Oh, I'm like a DGS user.
Yeah.
Next moment he hit the floor. Next thing you know, Shotty got low.
Shotty got low. Does that make sense? T-E-G-A-A.
TGA. He had 1 sip if that next moment he was on the floor. Well, didn't we just discuss like the
What?
spasms and shit?
Yeah, what do we know about
Shocking.
Akutun Kanine?
It does not kill instantly.
Traces of the...
Ah! Ha ha!
There's
So glad someone
Okay.
here can read, because I can't. You know what I have a problem with?
because it's been a week again, right? Like
Yeah, I'm
because of
allowed.
dogs.
I'm allowed to be
Because of-
helped. You know what I have a problem with? A particular property of the poison used, atrocanine.
Oh, Prosecutor Gavin was quite clear about the
It's
poison.
quite clear it's pronounced Akutun Kanine.
A lethal dosage of 0.002 paralyzes the central nervous system. I don't know how the metric system works. If you drank that, even you, Mr. Justice, would be reduced to a quivering pile.
Eh?
Ayo?
And
Why are you using me as an example? This feels like I should. Do we have HR? What the fuck is a kilometer? Unfortunately, we weren't told everything. There was a vital omission in Prosecutor Gavin's information.
an omission.
It is my
Trocanine is
omission
as-
to kick your ass.
Trocanine is as virulent as he says, but death doesn't come upon ingestion, not immediately. That's because atrocanine is slow acting.
Kilometers.
Slow acting.
Round pour.
According to
Sorry.
one forensic scientist, it's one of the most virulent poisons, but is
So
absorbed
cold.
through the body. So cold, but is absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. Takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show.
Then the body gets so cold.
It gets so cold. If we suppose that the moment Mr. Misham slipped... Nope. That too. If we suppose that the moment Mr. Misham sipped the coffee was when he sealed his fate, then he would still have had time left to enjoy his last cup of Joe.
Joe?
I don't like
Who's
his ass.
Joe?
Joe Mama!
Order! What is the meaning of this? If what the defense says is correct, what, that contradicts the entire testimony we've just heard.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
Mr.
why I said it.
Well, Mr. Brushel, and anything to say on the record?
Oh, sorry about that. Slow acting.
Slow acting. S-L-O-W-A-C-T. Well, it was virulent, all right. Even then, it had already begun digging its claws into the journalist.
He's working on his scoop.
Objection!
That's me.
It's Brushel, ja. Yeah, Brushel. Let's take a trip back down memory lane.
So cold.
Huh? Did the victim really die the instant he took a sip? Think it over. This is vital.
You know what I think? I think that was a not so subliminal suggestion, end quote.
I admit it does cause a problem if he died when you say he died. I would be forced to say Auf Wiedersehen to my simple case. And you would be forced to say farewell to your article.
Come again?
No, thank
You
you.
work for it.
You can't write a story based on conjecture, can you? And as the case drags on, other reporters will pick up the scent. And you'll be forced to kiss your exclusive scoop. Oh, Auf Wiedersehen. I guess it's not funny if you say it twice.
Scoop? Oh.
Yeah, exactly. I love
Stop
that. I
it.
love that Ghost Fox, for sure. I love that Brushell's smart enough to notice he's being manipulated, but then goes, well, if you give me a good enough reason. No, yeah, for real. Like, he is way more intelligent than he appears. Like, at every given moment. That's part of why I like him.
Look, wait, just wait a second. Just 1 minute.
We're waiting. We're waiting. Out with it.
I think I just recalled a so-called important detail. A revival of recollection, end quote. A story survival, end quote.
A triumphant return, end quote. A
Attorney.
grand revival. Great revival.
A great revival. No, fuck you. It's great revival. Attorney utterly confused. End quote.
Actually, I did notice something when I visited the studio. I'd heard of poison that takes its sweet time, see?
Thank you, Roof. Yes, I'm always saying this. I don't think I'm doing him like I don't think I'm quite doing him like the due that he's deserved here, but I guess we'll see. But not what I've been saying for the last few minutes, apparently.
Because
I
he
don't know.
looks and acts
his
like
smile
that.
is creepy. His smile is creepy. That's
He's a little
literally it.
spooky. I mean, why do people dislike Mo from... Why do people dislike most characters from Turnabout Big Top? Like,
I think they hate more of like the you can't press on his testimony more than they actually hate his character, you know?
Yeah.
It's more of a
And-
gameplay thing.
And I mean, like, even Shoot Takumi said, like, about Brushel that he made him to look pretty unsettling for a reason. So yeah, it's mostly just like, you know, it's like bad to look at, but compels me though.
compels me, though.
Yes.
Mr. Brushel, are you saying that you noticed something that explains what happened?
You bet I am. The antidote for a poisonous contradiction, end quote, you might say.
Or...
Perchance.
You can't just say perchance. Objection, you can't just say perchance. Or, I still have no idea what you're talking about, end quote, I might say.
Perchance.
You can't...
I figured it out, but only after an in-depth interview. See, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who poisoned that coffee.
You can't... Kume, you can't just say perchance.
Order.
Order.
As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony.
Roof, don't. Stop it.
That Mr. Misham died the instant after he drank.
Stop it.
Of course I'm standing by my testimony. I'm on the stand. And my dream of exclusive rights to this story.
It's so good. It is really well done.
Alright,
Chopped
JonTron
up a
Jesus.
hairball with that one.
Oh my god. The only thing worse than running into JonTron on the streets of New York in front of a Dunkin' Donuts is if I ran into Clavier Gavin instead.
Welcome
Have
to
I ever
Radio-
told that story on stream?
No.
On stream, I don't think so, but you've told
That'll
me.
be another. That's for another time.
That's the hook to get you back next week.
Oh
I
no.
might hear this
Now
story.
Yeah.
Now which character do I Which character gets the JonTron voice now? I suppose this was too much to hope for.
I do
Black
love,
Quill.
Hair forehead.
Oh no! Oh no!
It's really...
Black Quill and JonTron. Okay, it's fine.
What was?
Of course he wouldn't choose a simple case. Not that man. Lot of Roof. Your mind, but also your mind. Phoenix Wright. Who else?
You keep his fucking name out of your mouth.
Achtung, Airbrusher. Report for us, if you would.
Radio Schach.
What is it that you notice?
This court is a critical trial of the juris system.
So we keep being reminded.
I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible. You will testify to the court about what you noticed.
When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. I thought nothing of it at the time, of course. Now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note?
A suicide note.
I've heard of
heard
those
of that
before.
Yes, he had this look on his face. Man's face inscrutable as a quadratic equation, end quote.
Suicide? Oh, poor Mr. Misham. But that means Vera's innocent.
Would someone commit suicide in the middle of an interview?
Oh.
Well, if you needed to guarantee someone would find the body
I guess.
after being a recluse.
Polly, it's for the bit, you know?
Truce, are you okay?
Truce, when we said commit to the bit, that's not what I meant, alright? Jesus.
Polly, you keep asking me if I'm okay as if you don't already know the answer.
I want to have faith that one of us is, and it can't be me.
Guess we'll have
Our
to
only
leave this
option
courtroom
left is
disappointed
Clavier,
then.
because it can't be your dad. And I don't
Very
want it to
well.
be Clavier.
Do you
Very
think
well.
I seem alright? Why
My
do you think
point
I put on this
stands.
stupid voice every day? Jesus.
What part of that is normal behavior?
Very well, you may begin your cross-examination.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Thank you, Air Judge.
When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at it.
Oh yeah, we did this. Seems to be writing a letter.
Quickly, was it this one? Oh no, did we get another one? No. Was it this one? Objection! No, it wasn't.
Not enough information yet.
Damn it. They aren't, are they?
I like how they just reused this from the first. Like, it's the exact same one. It's like, I don't think that won me any points with the judge.
Alright, fine. What? So he put the letter away when he saw you?
Early reporter gets worm, end quote.
You got worms?
That's my secret.
I'm not sure I follow.
It's the night of the interview. I arrive 15 minutes ahead of schedule. The handle turns, the door opens, and I barge in.
Are you sure that's okay to do? I mean, isn't that unlawful entry, really?
Mr. Misham sure seemed to think so. You should have seen him. He crammed this letter into that yellow envelope as fast as he could. I know a secret when I spot one, and that was one.
It does seem significant. Well, Mr. Justice?
I wonder. It does have the ring of something important. At it! The defense finds this testimony vital, Your Honor.
I wonder how. What could it be?
What could it be?
Hey, why not? My account comes free of charge. I made it fun.
It was a yellow envelope.
I heard
Are
it was like
you-
a crime scene.
Are you
Are
sure
you
about
sure
that?
about that?
Sure about that. As it just so happens, there was a single letter in a desk drawer at the scene. In a red envelope.
What?
That's a very cool sprite. You know what? You've won points with me, sir. Prosecutor Gavin!
Yes?
Was a yellow envelope found at the scene of the crime?
Unfortunately, 9. But forehead.
There were 9 of them?
It's
Where the fuck are
easy.
they?
It's easy to mistake the color of an envelope.
I guess. But not this envelope. You see, it was postmarked already. 7 years ago.
Well, Mr. Brushel,
I ordered 2 large fries, and you gave me 100 fucking little ones!
I can explain that. Drew, right? He wanted to get that letter in an envelope pronto. Get it out of sight of my beady eyes, right? So he grabbed the nearest envelope and crammed away.
And what about the whole red and yellow envelope contradiction, chump?
Jump.
well,
Chump.
Mr. Justice, have you anything to say to the witness's
What a
claim?
jump.
That night, the
It's giving what a fruitcake vibes.
I know.
fruitcake. That night, the victim put a letter he had been writing in a red envelope. It's possible because they like. Okay, I guess it's fucking not. Whatever, fine. Jesus. I was just gonna be
What?
like. I mean, it's possible because we were just talking about like resealing it or whatever. Whatever, it'll lead me somewhere. It's fine. It's entirely possible.
But Apollo,
Alright, fine.
You missed something. Use your gorilla grip.
you missed something. Use your gamut. Fuck, never mind.
Damn it.
Fuck it. Bit ruined. God
Use
damn
the
it.
pussy!
Just use your pussy, Apollo. We checked the contents of that envelope yesterday, didn't we?
I'm really angry. Just use your pussy, Apollo! Oh, you're right. The answer was clear if only I'd given it a little thought.
He's like, man, I'm a dumbass.
Oh no, Trucy taught Phoenix how to say the fuck word. Let's be real.
Phoenix had never heard of it until.
Phoenix had never heard it. or Apollo had never heard it.
Oh, I'm seeing stars.
Oh my god! Just so happens the defense team investigated the contents of this envelope with the assistance of a forensic scientist.
What?
Note that this letter is addressed to Drew Misham. Why would he address a letter to himself? Let alone send a suicide note to himself.
I've been scooped!
Look at he's got
I
my
know.
posture.
He looks like, from the back, he looks like a fucking, like, PS1 3D model.
He's got my neck and shoulders, and I don't like that.
Speaking
of, thank you, posture track.
Order.
Order. In the court.
Mr. Brushel, can you explain this to the court?
Oh my. How could I have forgotten? I suppose this happens to the best of us. Reporter gets old, forgets lots, end quote.
You don't have to be old for that.
I'm still waiting for an explanation, Mr. Brushel.
Well, that's the thing, see. After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something.
His desk drawer?
Yes, a stamp, a so-called postage stamp, end quote.
A stamp? Whatever for?
To go on the tram. Well, to mail his letter, what else?
Why?
Well, to go on his tramp. What else?
To go on
And
his
then, well,
trip.
yes, I think I saw him put it in his letterbox. Yes, it was a yellow envelope, and he put it in that box.
Well, apparently this yellow letter has nothing to do with that.
Oh, how I wish it did.
I didn't hit that.
Just think suicide note. Oh, what a story! Star writes suicide note in front of reporter. Fall. End quote.
As I was saying, that has nothing to do with this case. That said,
Yes, Your Honor.
it makes me wonder about the contents of that red envelope.
Sorry, I'm trying to look at the city.
This group
here.
of immoral journalists do you think they have a group chat? Yeah, it's like Lotta and Brushel and Nicole Swift and
57.
oh,
Capo.
something California.
I'm reading like Franklinville, and that's not a city in California.
You could probably look at it. Can you look at it like via the
Like-
court record, like the front, or does it just show the back? It just shows the contents.
It just says the
shows
letter.
contents.
It's like 57 Cape
Cape
Ravana?
something Drive.
Or like Capo Ravano?
I don't know, Callie.
Funklinville.
It's my favorite. neighborhood in Los
It's
Angeles.
96124 is your area code. Is 96124 a real area code? Let's find out.
$100,000
Northeast California.
Oh!
Is what?
Northeast California.
Oh. Northeast. Interesting.
6124.
So, not
City.
anywhere near Los Angeles.
No.
No. Calpine, California.
Huh.
Maybe it was an old address. That might actually be canon. I don't remember.
$100,000 is quite a good deal of money.
So this was from 7 years ago. Yeah.
And now
Yeah,
with inflation.
Shit.
Shit, damn it.
It's only about $6 a month when you really think about it.
So am I finished here? I mean, am I finished here? I was thinking, going home to start writing. Why is this? Why? I didn't reveal anything.
I hate to state what should be pretty obvious to anyone, but when you catch the scent of a story, you make that rather unique face.
Come on. It's
Come
already
on!
has an imagination. Come on.
Come on!
What? You want to go on an adventure? That's great, because I want to go on a butthole sniffing adventure with
Come
me, your friend
on!
Drew. Come on! Attorney has active imagination, little else, end quote.
Even I noticed something, and my eyes aren't what they used to be. You know, I'm starting to understand what all this perceiving stuff is about.
He's got it! Judge has active imagination. End quote.
Please continue with your testimony. Tell us about the scent of a story.
Days of my youth.
So true.
Hey, I'm the one asking the questions here. Well, usually.
I'm sorry, I was thinking about the fucking Edgeworth sprites. That was really good. That was really good.
Actually took quite a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. Reporter leverages story, gets his interview, end quote. The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago.
Woo!
That red envelope probably has something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare.
So you threatened to go to the press with this story. That's how you got your interview. Blackmail.
Well, yes. I mean, no. It wasn't exactly black. I mean, I'm not.
Something wrong, Mr. Brushel?
Look. This is my story, my tidbit. Journalist info is livelihood, end quote.
I see.
Hi.
Naruhodo.
Why you have me chatting away in here? What's going on out there? What if some Wally Wordsworth or Sally Scooper gets wind of my story? They could be going to press while I'm going to waste.
The court feels your pain, Mr. Brushel. Mr. Justice, let's pick up the pace.
A certain
Let's get this
case
guy off the stand ASAP.
Let's go. A certain case 7 years ago. Ooh. Wait. 7 years ago? Ooh.
I've heard of that before.
Ooh.
I've heard of that before.
Eh?
Trucy, aren't you 7? Yeah. Wait a second.
Wait a second!
All right.
Oh, fuck. This is gonna take so much concentration. Let's go.
Oh, boy.
Leverage's story gets his interview. End quote.
You have bracelet.
I do have bracelet. Trying to see if I can do it without bracelet first. Because this was a very good creative decision in making a character whose sprites are so jumpy constantly that you can't immediately spot it.
All of his tells are nervous.
All of his tells are nervous! A certain case 7 years ago. Ooh. Tell us, what case?
7 years ago, ooh.
Ooh?
Let me say one thing, Mr. Attorney, and you can quote me on this. I can't talk about that case.
Why not?
Spoilers for later. It's about journalistic pride and staunchness and credibility and connections. Journalist reveals sources only over his dead body, end quote.
Okay.
Start talking.
So what'll it be? Gonna strangle me? Dead men don't tell tales, Mr. Attorney.
Well, it sounds pretty determined not to talk, or he's really kinky. I don't know which. I'm scared for both.
Our chances of breaking his will aren't looking good.
Apollo, we have to break him.
Apollo, kill him. Probably has something to do with it.
Break out the calipers. We're doing water torture.
Reporter leverages story, gets his case. Quote. Back up there. Oh, good lord, here we go. I don't think it's this phrase, but weird.
Gotta see
Check.
what you can see.
Yeah. All the sprites are fucking insane. Alright.
Kazuya Nuri, you bastard.
You sick bastard.
I mean, that is why the Apollo Justice... Because you have to zoom in on him.
Boy, 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 boy. Okay, we're just gonna. Should take a bit of work. Get the thumbs up on the video. Hold it! On the one hand, we have your story, and on the other, this letter. What makes you think the two are related?
Oh, I was just saying it's possible. They call it a reporter's intuition, end quote. Hey, I say a lot of things. You're gonna pick all of them apart? Be my guest.
All of them? No, just the incredibly suspicious ones.
Naruhodo. Anything else to add about Mr. Misham?
Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare. Just how amazing was Mr. Misham's talent?
Huh? Ooh-wee boy, I mean, hey, he's a star, man, a star. Flow his brushes like a great undulating river across the canvas. Artists' paints light up studio like sun, end quote.
This guy's full of shit. This one's now just shittier than usual.
He looks kind of nervous to me, Apollo.
Definitely. I'm sensing something different than before here.
You know what to do, player.
Maybe it's time to bring out the you-know-what.
Your gorilla grip coochie.
Your gorilla grip coochie. Finally said it.
Finally. Turns out it's ridiculous.
I wonder what this story he's talking about is. It must have been good to get an interview with a famous recluse like that.
Something powerful enough to draw him out of hiding. Thank you, game. Fletches like no other. The
you-know-what. Alright,
There we go.
do this.
We're gonna be here for 10 minutes, and that's fine with me.
You got this.
It's on this statement. Game yelled at me about it.
To be honest, this one's kind of hard.
This one's difficult. Is it... Is it on the second or the third part of the sentence?
It's on the second part, but Drew's
Okay,
talent.
That's what I thought.
It's not on the. It's not like on the upper part.
Okay. That's also... I don't want to look at his tits for this long. This sucks. Polly, can you stop doing what you're doing?
You're so close.
I know, it's driving me fucking insane.
I like see it in the periphery, and I'm like,
Yeah, I know.
I'm blind and silly. Okay. Alright, I get one more and then you're allowed to yell at me. Hold on.
Okay.
Hey!
Yes!
Yes! Nice! You're like, when you zoomed in on the other armpit, I'm like, oh! Let's go!
Sweat much, Mr. Brushel? I was never gonna fucking get that. That's so good.
Yeah, well.
That's a really good tell, actually.
Yeah.
That's really good.
The armpit sweating.
And man can't help its glands, you know.
Don't
Man, I
fucking
am
say
such
that
a-
ever again.
I am a Brushel kitty.
It's more than that.
I don't think that's TMI. I think I just kind of.
No, that was
the average
that's
person.
fine.
I think.
No, I'm a sweaty bitch too. I can't even. It was just the phrase It was just the phrase Spark Brushel Kinney that just like was incredible. It was like cellar door. It's just like beautiful to the ears. It's more than that. When Mr. Misham's talent was mentioned, you suddenly began to sweat buckets. You're hiding something about his talent.
You're hiding.
his Brushel's mouth was moving there.
What? Ridiculous.
Evidence time.
Evidence
time.
Pizza time.
Pizza time. Let's show where Mr. Misham's true talent lay. It just so happens that I have the evidence showing that talent mentioned.
Go watch the Roof and Nav TED Talk. Yep.
Yes.
I watched it. Well, the other one.
The other one.
You're yeah. That's the proof that he stole the, you know.
Right. Okay. This painting was found in Mr. Misham's studio. There are two problems with this painting. The first, it's ugly as fuck. Second, is that there's another painting in the studio which looked exactly like this,
Exactly the Chaos Rat podcast.
except it was only half done. Then we have a letter discussing the payment of $100,000, which suggests a certain business operation. The business of making forgeries. Awooga! Humana. That is all, Your Honor. Ow!
See, look at his like stupid ass cell shaded.
Everyone, please, everyone. Mina.
Go. What is it? What is please?
Onegaishimasu.
Yeah. Mina. Hey, Mina. Can we keep this private, please? This is my story, my scoop.
Forgery. That's a serious crime.
Unlike perjury.
True.
True Misham is known as an artist these days. But there were rumors he dabbled in another kind of art until a few years back.
Drugs.
Excuse me, sorry. Another art meaning... Yeah, forgery? Sorry,
Yeah, I know.
Stream to catch up.
True Misham was talented, alright. Talented at making precise, detailed fakes.
The ultimate forger.
Super high school level forger.
Super high school
A
level
fact-
forger.
A fact that certain criminal elements were quick to discover.
Criminal elements? What? You can't seriously be talking about.
Exactly. I'm talking about forging evidence. Remember Rise from the Ashes? We're going back to that shit. The rumor started circulating 7 years ago.
Woo!
7 years ago. Ooh. So are we to understand that this letter, this payment of $100,000 was for?
Exactly. Forged evidence nets tidy profit. End quote.
Look at his cell shade and look at ass. I love it.
Order, order, order. Why, it's like our victim was living a double life.
He got the best of both worlds.
He's got the best. He's got the limo out front. Ooh ah ooh. Ha! This is my chance.
Oh,
So the victim had ties to the criminal world, right? You could have had plenty of enemies we know nothing about.
Objection! Nuh-uh.
This is my first
Fuck
time
you mean,
hearing
nah?
This is my first time hearing of this criminal world. I am the police detective and I have never met a
I've never heard of crime.
We've
you,
certainly
water.
found no
Water,
criminal
I'm
connections
gonna
when
go
we
grab more
conducted
water 'cause I
our
s-
investigation.
I spilled half of it. I need to grab more water. Give me. You two are in charge.
Okay. Hi guys, welcome to Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. Y'all ready for some shit?
I'm
Y'all ready for
ready.
this?
It's not gonna happen this week, but I am so ready to
For
you
a
and
moment.
me-
Yeah.
yeah, for you and me to break Kate's heart together.
Oh, it's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good. This is still like spoiler-free zone. But Kate will watch this back afterward.
Yes.
So.
No, I'm not gonna say anything.
Yeah. But yeah, there's gonna be some hee hee hoo hoo moments.
Hee-hee-hoo-hoo.
Uh, we are almost done with this first part too. I think there's only one more Brushel testimony.
Yay.
Yippee!
Yippee.
There's enough tee in the world, at any rate, or whatever Clavier says. We certainly found no tee when we conducted our investigation.
Welcome, bienvenue.
I know. Fenda étranger ou glücklich zu sehen. Je suis enchanté. Amogus Rizzler. Bleibe rest. Slay. Willkommen. Bienvenue, TV.
Not during this case.
Und cabaret et cabaret to Ibidi. Because you should correct because he uses so much. Roof, I hope our impact on the wider Ace Attorney Ghost Trick visual novel universe is the use of the catchphrase hee hee hoo hoo whenever something big you can't say anything about yet.
Oh man. Y'all save ooh time for Dual Destinies /
Oh my-
LH.
Anyway.
You got
just-
water.
Want the
I got
impact to be felt, man.
But how do you explain all this money? You have to admit there's a possibility of some illegal activity here. No.
What
Yeah,
the
wait.
heck is going on here? Hold on. wait.
Are you also getting a little delay in sound?
Let me rejoin the
Yeah, same.
thing.
I got popped back.
But there is no proof tying this letter to our case. Our case was and remains simple from the beginning. Only the defendant could have poisoned that mug that night. And you, of course.
Hey, the only thing I poison is my pen when I'm writing reviews.
Mr. Brushel, your testimony to this point has been quite unreliable.
Not really. Like what's there's
His
He hasn't
testimony's
been
been
wrong.
fine, really.
He hasn't been like wrong about anything, except I don't know, like there was some question about the envelope, but like
All he
that
said,
in
the
itself is
only
not
thing that he
suspicious.
said that he knew was incorrect was that Mr. Misham was a talented artist.
Yeah, that's so true.
Anyway, it doesn't speak well of your reporting acumen.
What are you talking about? My journalism is solid. Journalism's so solid you can stand an elephant on it. End quote.
That's what I say about my dick.
In any case, let's hear
Thanks,
a
Cersei.
summarized recap of your
Welcome.
testimony. If we can ascertain the situation in that studio from the recap, the trial is over.
Fine, Drew Misham was a dog shit artist.
Apollo, what's he talking about?
The cross-examination showed Mr. Brushel didn't have reason or means to poison him. As long as there's no other suspects, then the killer had to be Vera, that's what. This next testimony is our last chance.
Mr. Brushel, your testimony, please.
The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She's admitted as much herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview were mine and that mug.
I was about to be like, and mine.
And nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing.
Not even me.
Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter.
Oh, nice. A perfect testimony. Oh, nice testimony. Clear, succinct, and without room for doubt.
Ah, shucks. You really think so?
No.
No.
I believe this clarifies the situation that night. Very well, Mr. Justice, you may begin your final cross-examination.
This trial will end in 3 minutes.
Right. Still have one trump card left to play. I won't let
The
this
bloody
trial
ace.
end until I use it.
The bloody ace.
The bloody ace!
Speaking of forged evidence.
Hey!
Heyo. Alright. Did you kiss him?
Are you sure about that?
Well, to be really, really precise, I may give
my
him
tongue.
a little smooch.
My teeth.
I was busy gobbling his lips, mint candies the whole time.
One of those candies might have been poison.
Yet, at the time of the autopsy, no fresh fragrance of mint filled the room. And no mint residue was found.
It was a long shot anyway.
Don't tell me you're still trying to prove this. You think the victim ate, drank, or otherwise ingested something other than coffee?
Were you there, Clavier?
Well, Mr. Justice, if you have some proof.
Possibility is there. I can feel it. Just maybe not prove it. Not yet. And possibility isn't gonna cut it. Not now. Mr. Misham ingested that poison via a route other than coffee. Other than that coffee. And I can prove
not
it.
yet. Not yet.
And I can't prove it
No, no.
yet.
You can't prove it yet.
Can't be proven.
I do believe Alex, your forehead is growing. Look at it go. Pete,
Bro.
we like the rash, youthful forehead best.
I'm calling HR. Another hole in this case.
Hello,
that needs
human resources.
Hello, human resources. Another hole in this case that needs plugging before I can prove anything. First things first, I better focus on the
What
trial.
was that? Forehead?
No.
On with the cross-examination.
All right.
Nothing left that studio after you did. Not one thing. You're sure.
Yep, sure can be. Well, with one exception.
One exception. What?
Journalist Spark Brushel does interview, leave studio, end quote.
The fucking. That's good.
Come on. It's a joke. Get it? Well, not
I
funny,
got it.
I know, but still. Well, I got it.
Did something leave the studio that night? Why does that sound familiar? Where have I heard something like that before?
Now that we've proven our witness is a comedian of sorts, I'd like to turn to our defense attorney before returning to the testimony. Do you have any idea what, if anything, might have left the studio that night?
Just one thing.
Just one thing.
Oh.
I mean, there has to be something that left the studio.
Uh-huh.
Columbo. I think one thing might very well have left the studio that night, actually. Oh, of course! I'm dumb. A certain something that vanished from the crime scene.
By which you mean something other than our witness?
Of course.
Don't tell me. Vera Michelle.
Believe me, any comic relief I may provide is entirely unintentional.
Then let's see what you got for us, Mr. Justice.
Well, this thing wasn't at the scene of the crime, so I can't show it to you. But I do have evidence that shows it could have been taken from the scene.
So what are you thinking?
Well, I was gonna say the yellow envelope, but okay.
Right.
Well, we don't have it.
Have it.
So
Yeah.
how could it have been taken from the
Oh,
scene?
the fucking mailbox. My bad. Fuck. This is the only link between that studio and the outside world.
Besides the door.
Besides the door.
A letterbox?
I've heard of that.
I've heard of that before. What did Mr. Brushel just tell us? When he entered the studio on the night of the murder, the victim had just finished writing a letter.
Yeah, I said that, and yeah, it was true.
Furthermore, he went on to tell us that he put the letter in a yellow envelope and put it in the letterbox.
Ah.
That very same letterbox was empty. In other words, hold my hand! That night, the yellow envelope disappeared.
Ah, yes, intriguing. So an envelope had disappeared from the scene of the crime. Of course, this changes nothing.
He has a point, Mr. Justice.
He has a letterboxd account and that was his only footprint on the internet.
What we're trying to figure out here is how
Drew
the
Misham
poison...
is from the proud nation of Ireland.
What we're trying to figure out here is how the poison got into Mr. Misham. Is it really important that this envelope the witness says he saw disappeared?
Well, if it did disappear, then something did leave the studio that night. That seems very important to me.
Very well then. The witness will add this to his testimony.
You got it.
I still think it fails to change anything in her forehead.
Are you being a little grumpy puss about it?
Yeah, I'm being a grumpy
You
puss.
a little brat, little bitch boy? Little piss
Yeah,
boy?
I'm your little brat. Mr. K,
I'm
Prosecutor
stop!
Gavin!
Prosecutor Gavin, I'm calling HR! I wouldn't be so sure. A letter disappeared from the crime scene that night. This is exactly the opening I've been looking for.
Okay, now, ignore this. And go back.
Going back.
Now,
No, fuck. Press.
now we can prove it.
Yeah.
Are
Yeah,
you
okay.
sure about that? Whoa. The new statement is the deceiver. Other than that coffee, and I can fucking prove it. Proof is possible. Here goes nothing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are we not focusing on me right now? You do understand what we need, yeah, fucking loser. So true.
Fucking loser.
Proof, hair forehead, not possibilities.
Of course. And, Prosecutor Gavin, I hope you understand. I'm ready to give you that proof.
Oh, what did you say?
I have proof of the disappearing envelope.
I saw him writing a letter, I did.
Which was picked up by the mailman, I assume.
Of course. Which means that envelope had a stamp on it.
A stamp. Ah!
As we all know, stamps come with dried glue on the back and aren't stickers yet. It's 2007. In order to use the glue, you have to wet it by licking the stamp!
No one first talking to actually licks
Fire
stamps
Emblem Hearts.
these days and age. Day and age.
To get the servants to lick it for them.
Even if you wanted to talk to him, you couldn't. He's dead, after all.
Okay, so he licks the stamp. But wait. How does that explain the Achtung on the rim of the coffee mug?
And no one can
and
talk to the
no
dead!
one can talk to the dead.
If he licked the back of a poisoned stamp, the poison would get on his tongue. Yeah? Mr. Brushel, how are you not dead? Then we can prove they didn't make out sloppy style. Mr. Brushel's still standing here! What would then happen if he put the coffee mug to his mouth? Those traces on the mug weren't the killer's doing. It was the other way around.
What?
The coffee mug didn't poison Mr. Misham. Mr. Misham poisoned the coffee mug himself.
Order, order, order.
B.
Okay.
But that doesn't... Does it?
Mr. Mission is made of poison. Whoa.
Whoa! Recall, if you would. Troconine is a slow-acting poison, yes? The poison entered his body when he put the stamp on that envelope. But his time wasn't up until the very moment he touched his lips to that cup of joe.
Pretty cool, right?
It's fucking sick, yeah?
It's fucking sick as hell, right?
Thanks, man. Sick as hell, sick as hell.
You have something to add, Mr. Brushel?
Uh-oh. His nose is picking up another scent.
As I believe I mentioned earlier.
So cold.
So cold.
After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. Yes, a stamp, a so-called postage stamp. End quote.
I sounded all weird back then, but you know, I don't even remember him ever finding one.
It was the throat spiders.
Maybe he'd just run out?
Incidentally, we searched the desk drawer at the scene of the crime. There were no stamps. Not a single one. Witnesses, Ren.
Ren.
That does pose a problem. How will you prove that the stamp was coated with poison?
I don't know, because there was a tiny, like, 2x2 inch square thingy on his desk that had poison on it.
Because God loves Mormons, and he wants some more.
Our 2-year mission is our sacrifice. Actually, I'm glad no other stamps were found. It makes proving the stamp he used was poison possible.
Headcanon, Apollo Justice is Mormon.
No! Don't do that to him!
Don't do that to him!
Good show, good show.
I do that.
It's literally, it's the Tommy Wiseau. I do that. You can't even prove there was a stamp at the scene in the first place.
Well, let's
So-
hear what the defense has to say anyway.
Like the song in Into the Woods. Something in the first place.
Your fault, yes.
That's it.
Where's your evidence that proves the existence of this poison stamp?
2 by 2, we're going door to door. This guy loves Mormons and he wants some more.
were sold and the child persuaded to steal that gold. See, it's your fault. It's your fault.
I'm sorry, Jupiter.
It's your fault. Yes, what do you think?
Well, that certainly is a cute little frame, and by little, I mean really little.
Hey, it's like average size. I don't know, man. A lot of people might think that's big, actually. I don't. It was on the
Jupiter, I
victim's
thought
desk.
your analysis in the server the other day of fucking what is it? A study
Arthur
of-
Conan
study
Doyle's
in-
use of Mormonism.
Yeah, studying Scarlet was very interesting as a theologian. Good stuff.
Quite empty, as you can see for yourself.
That's good. I noticed that too during my inspection. Me, so what?
Yes. Apparently, you weren't as observant as you should have been. You see, when you saw this frame, it was missing something quite important.
Missing something?
Yes, a pale bluish stain on the inside of the frame. A troconine residue.
What? Why wasn't I told about this?
You're an idiot. The frame is only 2 inches square. The face of the frame is even smaller. Maybe an inch wide at most.
You aren't saying...
Oh, but I am. Tell me, what fits in such a small frame?
Mine
What
penis.
else? I was about to be like, alright, better question. What else fits inside a small frame? A commemorative stamp, perhaps?
Straight up jorkinets. And by it, I mean, let's say, my peanuts.
Order!
Order!
Now's not the time to shitpost Prosecutor Gavin.
The poison
Now's
stamp
not the
was in
time!
this frame.
Impossible.
I was about to fucking do that, damn it!
Prosecutor Gavin.
Why would he put something like that on his desk?
It's commemorative.
Don't tell me he had it there so he could commit suicide if the moon struck. You know, can I say something? I had a thought, see?
Oh, that's dangerous.
A dangerous pastime, I know.
What, Mr. Brushel? And please stop jittering around like that.
Don't be ableist, there's stims.
The victim was a forger, right? There's a lot of money in that line of work. Forger forges friends, make enemies too, end quote.
So the poison stamp might have been a murder weapon aimed at him. No.
No.
Oh, rich. That's rich.
Clavier, what's your favorite song in Newsies?
Leave the ridiculous flights of fancy to the Gavinist song lyrics, please.
Finally, something we fucking agree on.
The stamp was a murder weapon? Nonsense. Murder is a simple business. Who would go to such lengths? No one. This series is famous for its straightforward murder case.
Can we get a straightforward murder for once in this country? Oh, I disagree.
That's an Emma line, isn't it?
Yep.
Come again.
Recall, if you would, the victim's reclusive lifestyle. During Misham hid from the world, he avoided meetings. His only
He
contact
never
with
even
the
brought
outside-
any brownies to the PTA.
He never brought lemon squares. His only contact with the outside world was the mail.
The mail.
I've heard of that.
Heard of that. Now, if you wanted to kill someone you couldn't meet, but you knew read letters, a stamp would be the perfect weapon.
Ridiculous. Where's your proof? I want proof. Show us evidence that this poison stamp was sent to him as a murder weapon.
I might not have evidence, per se, but things are finally starting to come together.
What is it, Apollo?
It's a Beatles song.
Your fists are trembling.
I think I know what happened. I don't believe it, but I can see it. I think I know how Mr. Misha was killed.
Well, fill us in, Mr. Justice.
Maybe later, Your Honor.
A certain... Club?
Listen,
A certain
I've
piece of evidence
appreciated-
points to the truth.
Listen, y'all.
Maybe
I've appreciated-
later when Mr. Justice and Mr. Gavin are in the judges' chambers.
Oh my god.
Oh my
But
God.
listen, y'all, I've appreciated the restraint that all of us have had to not make a licking the mail joke, so...
We're really strong.
Oh.
This is our outlet. We're venting. We're venting
Well,
it
you
into a
don't-
different...
Well, you don't lick the mail. That's stupid. You lick the stamp.
You just lick the stamp. You lick
Okay,
the tramp stamp. Come on.
So what, in this one, you're trying to figure out, does, or like, what's a piece of evidence that points to that stamp could possibly have been intended for him to use, basically?
I mean, just the fact that it was sent in a frame.
It was not.
It was not.
Okay, well then, fuck me. Here's 2 sheets of- Please send a receipt once you've confirmed the letter. Sign the papers with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. Ha
Isn't this the envelope, the one from 7 years ago?
Ooh. Think about the text of the letter again. I've deposited the 100,000 in the designated account. Please send a receipt once you've confirmed the transfer. There were 2 pages in the envelope. This is page 1. Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. And this is page 2. That's a lot.
Jeez, the handwriting is meticulous.
The handwriting is meticulous. I want to draw your attention to one phrase in particular. Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. The enclosed stamp, Your Honor.
Oh.
In other words, hold my hand.
Yay!
In other words, if I have this queer, the stamp, poison, on the stamp, lick, lick, gasp, end quote.
That's my favorite musical.
If I have this queer.
Lick, lick, gasp. I did a cover of Therapy from Lick, Lick, Gasp with Koala like a year ago.
Nice.
Now, what if he
Shout
had
out to
done
Koala.
exactly as the letter asked? Shout out to Koala. Now, what if he had done exactly as the letter asked?
He would sign the document, put it in the envelope, and put the stamp on it, right? Then he would put it in his letterbox.
15 minutes wouldn't have elapsed between the affixing the stamp and mailing the letter. But the clock started ticking, and when the time came, he drew his last breath. And the murder weapon would be taken away from the scene.
Quite conveniently, thanks to the postal system.
This this courtroom trial has been sponsored by the USPS.
So true. Fuck! That is so perfectly timed that you can put anything after the guitar riff and
After
it's
the
funny.
riff, before he starts
Yeah.
talking.
Yeah. Such a splendid imagination you have here, forehead. Let me confirm one thing with you, if I might. So, this poison stamp was inside this envelope from 7 years ago. Ooh, yeah.
Fuck.
Is that what you'd have us believe? Really?
Well,
It is a little bit of a stretch, but there's a possibility.
Yes, a very small possibility. How small, I wonder? A poison stamp in this envelope. A stamp that then became the murder weapon. How do you intend to prove this seeming coincidence?
Well,
it was 7 years ago, and we don't even know who sent that letter.
And your answer is silence, I see. Very well. I move to... That's you.
It's not nice
Okay.
to pick on the Fräulein, Clavier.
I love that so much. It's so
Well,
good.
And then
Like
it's both! It's K, it's both! I thought about this earlier today, and I'm like, oh fuck.
Like my Christoph Gavin
Hi,
impression?
Japanifornia.
Hi, Japanifornia!
You
Did I
gave it
sound
a
like him?
wonderful time.
Don't quit your day job.
Oh my
Don't you have
god,
a
Clavier
crime
is
scene to be
shooketh.
looking after Fräulein Detective?
Someone had to come dig you out of all the mess you're making with this case. Mess? You know, none of this would happen if you just trusted in science a little more. You can find out if that stamp was in that envelope easy.
Care to explain yourself, Fräulein Detective?
Glare at me all you want, but science is on my side. It's all in the residue, right? That's right! The poison detection spray.
The penis detection machine.
The penis detection machine.
Produce the red envelope at once. You can open it on the authority of the court.
Whee!
Boom. Make him wait for it. Boom.
Oh, would you look at that?
No mistaking it. That's a trochanine residue.
I don't believe it. A murder weapon from the past. Now, 7 years later, it bears its fangs at last.
Bars.
Bars.
Those aren't lyrics. I swear to God, guys.
Absolutely outrageous. Tell me why.
Ain't nothing but a heartache.
It's nothing but a mistake. Why didn't
Now
this murder
number
take
5.
place 7 years ago? Ooh.
Well, there's one possibility. Maybe Mr. Mission figured it out.
Figured what out?
He realized that the person who sent that letter wanted him dead. So he sent his reply with a different stamp.
And put his decisive evidence in a frame.
Hold it. I don't know who that was. Oh.
Hold it!
Ah, you're still here.
Can I make a statement here on the record? I, Spark Razor Toothbrush'll claim the scoop is mine. Doomerson killed in cold blood. By sender of 7-year-old letter, end quote. Maybe something more succinct. Star falls after 7-year delay, end quote.
They're like, get him out of here.
Get him out. Get
Order.
this man out of here.
I see
The
no
court
room for
hates your
further argument
pussy.
here.
Court hates your pussy.
Though I admit, this is all coming as quite a shock. To think that the murder weapon reached his mouth after 7 years. Ooh. Stamp his ticket straight to afterlife. End quote.
Uh-oh, I think the witness is a bad influence on our judge.
You wouldn't know anything about bad influences, Trucy.
Fuck off.
I see no need for further debate on this matter. The sender of that letter 7 years ago could hardly have been our defendant.
Apollo!
I think we
I
just
think
won.
we just won! Oh, sorry. Said at the
Simultaneous.
same time. Telepathy.
Telepathy.
Very well. This court finds the defendant.
It's like twin telepathy, but it's just us.
Is this the bright future of our legal system?
Prosecutor Gavin?
Someone
That's my
should
name.
go to jail.
There it's all. And ticket to his afterlife from 7 years ago. Tickets for Gavin shows are invalid after 2 weeks.
Do you see how... Hey, Prosecutor Gavin, do you see how no one asked?
But it doesn't
I
make
rest my
sense
case.
any other way.
It boggles
Wait.
my mind that so many people haven't noticed this.
Tickets for the Gavinus concerts go expired after, or go invalid after 2 weeks. Who? The Gavin... No, who asked?
There's a fatal contradiction in Herr Forehead's claim.
A contradiction?
A poison stamp was placed in his envelope 7 years ago,
Ooh.
whereupon it was framed until now. If that's the case, then why would Drew Misham have done what he did?
Emma explained that. He must have realized it was poisoned.
Therein lies the rub. 7 years ago, the forger Drew Misham sends the trap and puts the stamp in a frame. I do not debate this, but this begs the question. Why, 7 years later, did he use that stamp on the night of the murder? Surely you don't mean to suggest that Mr. Misham simply forgot.
He forgore.
He forgore? No, he remember. He put the murder weapon in a frame on his desk for 7 years and forgore? You expect us to believe that he sprang the trap on himself?
Ooh, wah! Ooh, wah! Oh!
While I admit this is all quite shocking myself, it does seem highly unlikely that he would fall afoul of a trap that had been sitting on his desk for 7 years.
Ooh.
Apollo,
I don't think we're winning anymore.
I'm glad to see we're all back in the... Welcome back to reality. We've been waiting for you. Bring
Shut
on
up!
the real world. Bring on any challenge.
Okay, then how do you explain the poison stamp that was in this envelope?
The poison stamp?
Snap back to reality. Oops, there goes gravity.
Where exactly is this poison stamp again? Have you brought it to court for us?
Is the poison stamp in the room with us right now?
I see no proofs of such a thing ever existed.
What about the atrocinine residue, huh?
Oh, I agree. That does seem to be a troconine residue. But your forehead, it's certainly no stamp.
Yeah, but...
Even if your precious poison stamp did exist, Drew Misham never would have used it. That is all.
Unless he was, like, desperate or something. Ugh.
I believe we've come to a conclusion. Again.
Apollo, were we wrong the whole time?
I can't believe it. The poison traces match up. It can't be coincidence.
I'd like to bring some closure to this issue sometime this year. Mr. Justice,
Yes, Your Honor.
let's review the facts and see where we stand. 7
Well, I
years
stand over
ago,
here. You stand over
Yeah,
there.
I'm over here.
Drew Misham received a red envelope. There were traces of the poison atroquinine on the document inside that envelope. A similar trace was also found at the crime scene, on this tiny picture frame. The defense has indicated the possibility of a yellow envelope. An envelope that left the scene of the crime with the poison stamp on it.
Yes, but even if this envelope contained a poison stamp, and Drew Misham, knowing this, put it in a frame, he never would have used that stamp.
Unless he was desperate.
I'm afraid you're right. Which means there is a fatal flaw in the defense's case.
I haven't been on the wrong track this whole time, I'm sure of it. The traces of atrocinine, the envelope, the frame, and Drew Misham's mysterious death. They're all connected somehow.
Well, Mr. Justice, you have a conclusion for us.
The defense stands by its case, Your Honor. We've seen that the logical outcome of this evidence makes no sense, which means that one of our clues must be a fake.
A fake clue. Fascinating. And if we find this fake, your wild fantasies will prove quite reasonable, ja?
The fake clue that's thrown us off the poison's trail is none other than... Now, the fact that Drew Misham's an option's fucking wild. I was just gonna say the letter in the envelope. But that's fucking wild. My gut's really saying it's like the letter that's. I wouldn't say the envelope. I would say like I mean it's counting the letter I guess inside, but.
Do you want to be pushed in a direction, or do you want to just go with it?
Pushed.
The fact that you were given a bizarre choice. Think through the implications of that choice.
The victim was a fake clue? I'm afraid I don't understand.
I'll explain. We have an envelope, a frame, and a mug linked by poison. That all makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the victim himself.
Congratulations. You've completely lost me.
I want that on a t-shirt. I just need that as a reaction image. Congratulations, you've completely lost me.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Congratulations.
So the fake evidence is none other than the master of fake himself, the forger? It makes a good story, I'll give you that.
Good story.
Good story. The fake clue. Fakes. Forgeries. Ah!
I know that face. That's the I just had an idea face.
That's the Mr. Crab. I have an idea.
I have an idea.
I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going with it anyway. What if our forger is the fake?
Come again?
Ask nicer. 7 years ago, our forger sniffed a trap and stepped aside. 7 years passed. Now the forger stumbles into that very same trap and dies. Why?
That's what I want to know.
Because the forger who was killed was a fake.
Here we are again. The victim was a fake.
One forger smelled the trap, one forger fell into the trap. That's 2 forgers, and one of them was a fake.
Pursuit!
Order! Order! Order!
So you are telling us that True Misham, the victim, was a fake? Well, if he was the fake, who was the real forger? You'd better not be claiming there was some kind of Svitaru.
I'm afraid you're going to have to back up your story.
Vera.
Mr. Justice, show us just who the real Drew Misham was.
If Drew Misham wasn't the real forger, there's only one other person it could have been. Understood, Your Honor. Forger Drew Misham himself was a forger. The real forger was the Lord's Grammar.
Mike Meekins, baby!
It's Mike Meekins, baby!
I wonder what the word Vera means.
There can only
True-
be one explanation, really.
True make sham.
Right!
The
The real identity of the forger, known as Drew Misham, is none other than his only daughter, Vera Misham.
It's pretty fucking cool, right?
Order! Order!
I do like that. That's very cool.
Mr. Justice, this is going out on a limb, even for you.
I kinda agree. I mean, Vera, a forger?
Let's consider it before you write it off entirely. If you look at the paintings in the studio, one fact becomes quite clear. Forgery has been taking place in that studio for quite some time. The forger wasn't caught in that trap 7 years ago. This can only mean that the one who was caught in the trap wasn't the forger.
Well, actually, that does kind of make a certain kind of sense.
One more thing. I saw her do it. Only 2 sets of fingerprints were found in the forger's studio. Drew Misham's and Vera Misham's. If we know that Drew Misham wasn't the forger, that leaves only one possibility by process of elimination. The forger was Vera Misham. Well, Hotel Trivago.
Fascinating.
Clavier, you put that tum-tum away.
Vera Misham. You've been paying attention to the trial so far?
Let's just ask her and be done with it, shall we? Who are you? Who is the forger, Drew Misham?
Is that an expression of emotion I saw on her face? She's staring holes into Prosecutor Gavin's face.
I'm used to being stared at by Fräuleins, believe me. So they usually talk to me, too. Tell us, were you the one who forged those works of art?
Yes. Ah!
So the forger, Drew Misham, was you?
Yes. It was me.
Oh!
Ah!
What? Never
can't
have
just
seen
see
you.
me before. The court was in an uproar and it wasn't coming down.
You know what that
Uh-huh.
means.
Woo! We had to break for a 10-minute recess.
Yippee! 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 Yippee!
Yippee!
Yippee! Yippee! Yippee! Yippee! Let's keep on trucking.
Keep on trucking.
Let's go.
Let's fucking go!
Yes, yes. Skibbity toilet. Yeah. How does it go? I don't know.
The Wraith, 1:24 p.m. District Court, defendant lobby number 6.
Good lord, Brush'll do be yapping.
Yeah.
What? Ah!
Okay. So, where exactly does this leave us, Apollo?
Well, the Drew Misham who was killed wasn't Drew Misham the forger, basically.
Huh? Well then, who was he?
Well, he was actually...
Love this music.
Oh god, this music fucks.
I know.
Doing her nails.
It's also based on the prologue, like the opening cutscene.
Really?
Yeah, of Apollo Justice.
Mm-hmm.
Delicious. So, you really made those forgeries? Yes. For father. I know it was wrong.
I love the striped shirt. Yeah.
Could you tell us how it happened?
My father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day, father saw it in me. He saw that I had the
Autism.
talent. That too.
The talent for making forgeries?
Attention to detail.
How should I
Autism.
say it? It was not only paintings I made. Given the materials, I could make anything.
I was gonna say Rue. She's such a boo as well.
Anything. Father was so proud, and I so happy. But in the end, I was making those forgeries. I've never had a good constitution nor personality. I know very little of the world outside my door. Now, because of me, Father is...
Do you know about this red envelope?
I remember that envelope. It was some time ago. So you were already creating your works back then? I started when I was only 12 years old. So the one who figured out that the stamp was poisoned, that was...
Mr. Justice, it's time. To the courtroom, please.
Right. Out of touch, out of time.
Wait, Vera, just one more thing, please. Those 3 paintings in the studio.
I painted those as part of my work.
Right. See, we checked them out and we saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings.
They were lit as fuck.
They were fucking sick. Why aren't you selling those? Naruhodo. Mr. Justice. Yes? Father, he knew of you. Of both of you. Your late father? He was watching, gathering information. All about the Wright & Co. law offices.
But lately, we're not doing just law.
Yes, you do tricks, gags to amuse, and play piano.
Play is a strong word, Vera.
I'm being kind.
They're not really gags. We had the gag order last case, actually.
A gag order! Yet, when Father heard you had resumed the legal business, how pleased he was.
Who was Mr. Misham?
How am I supposed to know?
What if he was Daddy's daddy?
Oh no, that's your uncle, I think. Judging from the relative ages involved, I'd say it's highly unlikely.
That took me a second. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say. It's like I
Things are already
don't think he examined his molars that closely.
Things are already confusing enough with all these daddies running around.
So true.
We know that the victim's daughter, Vera, was the forger. What does this mean for the case? Guess we're about to find out.
Alrighty.
October 8th, 1:36 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3.
Oh, a comma
She's
after
so
courtroom. That's new.
cute.
Court
Isn't
is
she?
now back in session.
Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. She just painted those. That's gonna suck.
Perhaps you could explain by telling us how it all worked. Hello.
Hello?
No. Yeah. This is some Turnabout Memories bullshit, I swear to God. Or Turnabout Beginnings bullshit, I swear to God.
How did you set up this Drew Misham forger persona?
Persona?
Baby, baby, baby!
There's that stare
She got
again.
scared when she heard the music.
Sorry, it was loud. She's like, I'm used to it's going down now. What the fuck is that? There's that stare again. She's drilling more holes into his head.
I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy.
That's good.
What's hard?
What is hard indeed, Apollo?
What the fuck was that exchange?
What's hard? Not Apollo.
Not Apollo.
Not. Very well, miss, if you would. Did you really make those detestable forgeries?
Detestable. Perhaps you'd rather answer my question.
What's hard?
Were you the one who painted that painting? The remarkably similar one?
Ah. Yes.
Ah, so jolly.
So jolly. I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it.
So, she was the one who made the forgeries.
Yes, we've established that. Yet she did not wish to reveal the truth of the operation. So the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. To the world at large, he was the forger, not her.
I've done a bad thing. I have, haven't I? Just did a bad thing.
Regardless, we
thing
need
I
a little more information.
You're wondering
About,
what
for
it is.
instance, this.
Tell you what I did a bad thing.
You have seen this before, Ja.
Yes, it was in the desk drawer.
Very well, you may proceed with your testimony. Tell us everything you know about this envelope.
I don't know shit.
And
I created things and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work. That was other than a painting. Father handled the deal. All of it. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio.
There certainly was much of great much of great interest. Is that correct?
Yeah,
there
there
certainly was much
there
of
certainly
great-
was much of great interest.
Oh, was I still?
Yeah.
That still sounds
of
weird
in
to
the
me.
cold food, about hot, eat the food.
Yeah, in your testimony, anyway.
Don't open Discord. Right? Why do I have so many Discord notifications? What is happening back there, Jack?
Lemons.
Okay.
Not as the witness realizes it.
Very well. Please begin the cross-examination.
Right. Okay. I need more information about this forger. This Drew Misham. What is happening? Why is there a lemon wall back there? What is happening?
Time to press shit.
What is
what is happening?
There's
What
a
is
lemon wall.
happening?
What is
there's
lemon wall?
There's a giant lemon wall.
What is
full of
happening?
lemons.
Oh, there is a lemon wall, isn't there? Yeah. Oh my god, that is a huge lemon wall. My god. Why
I
is
wonder
there a
if
huge
that's-
lemon wall? Where are you?
Yeah, and we're wondering if it's related to the citrus dealer.
Okay.
I'm so confused.
I'm also confused and I'm reading it.
Where are we? Where are you? I don't know what's happening.
I'm at soup.
What do you mean you're at soup?
I mean I'm at soup.
Why are you building a lemon wall at the soup store?
Fuck you.
The citrus bandit strikes again. All right.
Because of bloke.
Because of bloke. You can't do a British accent anymore because of bloke.
You can't do British accents for laughs anymore because of bloke. Anyway,
Anyway. Let's do some pressing.
Press him.
Very
Press
pressing.
Press him. No, press him. Press him.
Press him.
Are you guys okay? By other than a painting, you mean you'd only done paintings up to that point? Yes. But Father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than paintings. For instance, I can make a cake that looks hella realistic. I
And then
went
you
viral
cut
on
into it.
Instagram. For instance, a letter someone had written, or a fingerprint left upon a cup, or a signature on a document, a seal upon a letter. Oh, none of this makes her sound very innocent at all!
And the $100,000 promising this letter was the start. The beginning of a new industry for Drew Misham.
A new industry.
The creation of items to be used in criminal proceedings. Forging evidence, in other words.
Uh-oh.
Press the first statement too. Okay.
So, you didn't know how the things you were making were being used. I enjoy painting very much.
I think I understand. Me. The Fräulein has lived in an unusual little world.
Can you tell us what happened to the papers that were in this envelope? Father signed them and sent them back, I believe. Did he follow the instructions? Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp?
This is a rather important matter. Give your answer some thought. Press first statement.
I received the stamp that was in that envelope.
The first what? The lid. The lid. The lid.
I know what you're getting at. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
The lid! What do you mean you received it? Did I do something wrong? You didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Deadly poison on the back, atrocanine.
A moment, Airforehead. You can't force an answer upon the witness. Now then, perhaps you would tell me, Fräulein Vera.
Me.
Me!
Why did you receive the stamp?
Is something wrong?
There are people yelling at me, Your Honor. I don't like it. It was beautiful.
Ah, you mean it was one of those commemorative stamps?
Yes, I think it was. So, you didn't know about the poison? I guess not.
So the trap failed by chance. Perchance.
You can't just...
By mistake.
Prosecutor Gavin, you cannot just say perchance.
Thanks to this commemorative stamp.
Quite the close call.
It was after that job that we moved to the current studio. Why'd you move? Because we were moving. What do you mean? You mean you moved to where the current Drew studio is? Yes. We saw very few people there. I began drawing picture books.
This single job had hides them to the criminal underworld. I think Mr. Misha wanted to reduce their visibility in the world at large.
When we had to meet someone for some reason, Father posed as the creator of the work. So that was the real essence of the artist Drew Misham. You did the work and he supplied the face. The red envelope came after she completed her first job. That makes it a letter from her client, whoever wanted a forgery made.
Apollo!
We're close. We just have to piece together the parts. A deadly weapon and a red envelope, and the path it took to take Drew Misham's life.
First statement.
First statement.
Which you are on.
The lid.
Press.
No.
Press.
The press.
Press!
There we go.
Thank you.
Oh, I pressed the wrong fucking statement before. Okay, I understand why you're yelling at me now. Got it.
No, you had to press them all.
Okay.
Yeah.
So these things you were making, you mean paintings identical to other paintings, right? The closer they were, the happier Father was. I was happy too.
Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work?
My first painting sold when I was 12. Your Honor, she should have been at the club. She was baby.
Easy there, little attorney. Do not judge the defender for the crime of forgery.
True.
True that.
Please, tell us more about this envelope. This envelope that may very well have killed your father.
Alright.
Well, I already did that, so.
So, you really didn't know anything, did you?
Good
You
talk.
had no idea how much danger you were in.
Good talk.
Apparently not.
I love the nonverbal representation. This is
I
perfect.
know, it's good. It's good.
About this commemorative stamp. Could you tell us more about it? It was very pretty, and more than that. Yes? It was a picture of people I liked at the time. Oh, this is something new.
Probably the Gaviners.
It was the Gaviners!
Apparently, we've got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. If you would be so kind as to continue your testimony for a line.
The stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it. magicians. I loved mysterious things. I always have.
Even though she fainted when she saw Mr. Hat.
You're confusing mysterious with freaky. Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much.
See? See? Isn't magic great?
Fine, great, yeah, sure. No need to get all excited. But the magic troupe we saw disbanded soon after. I think they did an act of terrorism, so I was quite sad. They got canceled on Twitter. Did you just say what I think she said? Magic troupe? Now, where have I heard that before?
Okay,
Red
so
envelope.
now you have to present something on the last statement
Okay.
that is like, what kind of troop could she mean?
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Stand.
Yeah. Okay. Present.
Present. Is it this one? Or perhaps this one? Is it
Is a ticket.
Is it ticket? Those magicians you liked. Was it this bunch?
This silly, goofy bunch.
This silly goof troop?
Apollo, they're not a bunch.
There's like 3 of them. Maybe 2. I don't know.
Naruhodo. Still, I have to wonder. Why include a commemorative stamp like that in a business letter?
Good question.
Well, pretty stamps are always better, and you can't beat true Grammari.
But the whole murder plan was a failure because of it.
Skill issue.
Ironic, don't you think? Prosecutor Gavin?
It's like rain on your wedding day.
Prosecutor Gavin?
I was hoping it was a Gaviner's stamp.
Grammari.
Oh, what's with Gavin?
Might I ask just one question of this witness? In your testimony just now, you stated this was your first work that was other than a painting. Please tell me, what exactly did you make?
Can I ask what?
No! Answer the question! Now!
Prosecutor Gavin? You're usually not the one whose volume concerns me.
Yes, it is unbecoming of me. I apologize. But I must know. Please, Miss Misham, tell me.
It was a book. A single page in a book.
A book. Please be more specific.
It was a handwritten book. Like a diary.
No! I don't know!
What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he just saw a ghost.
Get fucked, idiot! Hi, Amy.
Miss Misham, this book. Was there a picture of the silk hat on the back cover? Yes or no?
How did you know? Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant is answering all of your questions. Stop badgering her.
He's told you nothing, has he? Your soiled, sullied mentor, nothing?
Sullied. Who?
I love this exchange so much.
Phoenix Wright. Who else?
Daddy?
He never told you about the trial 7 years ago. About how he came to lose his attorney's badge. It was a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know. A certain diary. Once back, it bore the mark of a silk cat.
What? Phoenix Wright tossed out of the profession by false evidence. And the forger who made that evidence is this girl standing right in front of me? Vera, you must tell us! The evidence you made was used in a trial 7 years ago. Who asked Drew Misham, you, to forge that evidence? For all of our sakes, who was it?
A he and a ho and a ha ha and a ha and a ho and a he.
We only met once. You met the client? Well, who was it? It was...
What's going on with Vera? She's staring at Prosecutor Gavin's face again.
Yes. What? Is there something about me?
Me.
Me?
I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book. The diary. Who was it? Vera? Well... I love turnabout beginnings. Defendant Vera Misham.
Vera Misham. Condition unconscious.
Unconscious.
Examiner's diagnosis.
Acute
Go,
atropine
Brad.
poisoning.
Okay.
Acute atropine.
This ends the recording of the trial for the murder of Drew Misham. Vera Misham was, during the trial, poisoned by an unknown assailant.
It wasn't an unknown assailant. It was the fucking... It was the nail polish!
The dosage was just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life.
She was just painting her nails and then they said she was biting them. It was the fucking nail polish!
She is currently in intensive care and is not to be disturbed for any reason. A very simple case, at first glance. Until it finally began to show its true colors. The long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial.
T, and dare I say it, he.
Sorry, this music is like...
I know, right?
Yeah. I know.
This is the exact opposite effect that Samurai with a Mission has on me. I need it noted.
Bringing it right back to... In some ways, that was the starting point of it all.
Oh, hello, Daddy.
And that is where we must go.
There's the nips! There's the boobies! He had them! Where did they go? Baby girl!
The whole truth.
She's so round.
They stole his tits away!
Okay, Kate, we have to continue.
We have to.
We have
it's
to
today.
I mean...
It's today. It's today.
It's today.
It's April fucking 19th. It's today. We can take a break if you need, but like we have to.
We have to do it.
You know what? We will. Let me do one thing very quickly.
Yes.
Let me do one thing very, very quickly.
Thank Thank you, Stretch. Thank you, Water.
Thank you, Stretch.
Stretch
Thank
and
you,
water.
All
I
right.
guess this probably warrants a
Surprise!
Let's save our progress.
okay.
Yee! Okay.
I'm like, God
Yes,
damn
we
it, do we need to
continue.
piss or what? I don't know. I'm just gonna keep going.
Does anyone have to piss before we continue?
Showdown time.
Lost.
It's only a game of poker.
Game I've played for a long time. And only lost twice.
Who was the first?
The man I killed, of course. Well. Seems I found the partner I've been looking for all along.
Over a game of cards?
Why, yes. Over a game of cards.
That was how we first met. 7 years ago. Ooh.
7 years earlier, Phoenix Wright's final trial.
Hi,
April
hi,
19th!
hi HD Trilogy art. Hi HD Trilogy art.
Trilogy art.
Oh my god. Happy Phoenix loses his fucking
Also,
job day,
again,
everybody!
and again, we return back to Ace Attorney 1 music because the last thing that Takumi wrote before this was Rise from the Ashes. So, you know, that's the vibe.
April 19th, 9:27 a.m.
Investigations happened like last week.
Investigations happened last week.
Okay. Oh, it's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie.
Da-da-da-da-da-da!
Gotta try and relax. Good morning, Mr. Dingmar.
I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly.
I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday.
You're a
Honestly,
Cosmonuri bitch.
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared.
You're a Cosmonuri hoe. You are.
I understand I am asking the impossible of you.
Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards.
And that was enough?
Actually, it wasn't. Trust me.
Oh, morning, Daddy.
I'm so glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? They picking on you?
I am fine, as always. This old boy here is here to help me, after all.
That's young man to you?
There's no need to feel sass. I said young man. Stick your hand in my ass. I said young man.
Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on.
Thanks. My first show's today, after all.
Oh, that's gonna end well for you.
Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about?
Oh, old boy.
Huh? Me? Look what he started.
Here.
What's this?
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
What's this? A memo for you or some such?
Not from the looks of it. What is this? It's like a page from someone's diary.
This sprite is insane.
I know.
He's just a pouty little guy. Has killed someone.
Well,
It-
and
well,
then
this-
and Trucy mimics that sprite too.
There's some.
course she does.
There's something so Cosma.
There is something so Cosma. How
Do
dare
not
you?
compare.
It's
not
Nuri. He
compare
has
them.
the same poses. He does the same poses.
Cosma mention.
Baby girl, baby, so true. Everyone's coming out of the woodwork for this part.
Hey guys.
Thanks for sticking around. Welcome to Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, starring Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney.
Well, how do we feel about the trial today?
Oh, we'll get through it, somehow. I have plot armor, you know? Nothing bad has ever happened to me. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy, I hear.
Ah, an easy win then, yes?
They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office.
So he's got nothing.
Of course, there's one of those every year.
Hey.
So true. Literally so true.
The switching
Nothing
of
bad
attorneys-
ever happens to
Nothing
the
bad
Grammarys.
ever happens to the Grammarys.
Ah!
The switching of attorneys just before the trial. I know it is a difficult situation I put you in. But allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright.
I saw you do it. Yes.
I saw you do it. They will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So, do your best, but do not worry.
First time a defendant's ever given me a pep speech. I'll do what I can.
I see you do not understand. You see, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict.
He really does have the Cosmos sprites down to the laugh.
Yeah. Impossible?
Yes. Isn't that right, Trucy?
Yep, you bet, Daddy.
My first look at the case was only yesterday. And the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can, for their sake.
I believe the curtains will be lifting any time now. I am in your capable hands, Mr. Wright.
You're not
Why are
allowed
you-
to say that phrase. You're not allowed to say
I leave things in your capable hands, partner.
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 Didn't he just say, I think I just found a part, what was it?
I
In the
think I
other-
just found my new partner.
My new partner. My client is Shoddy Enigmar.
Shoddy.
Definitely shoddy.
Shoddy. Known to
Shoddy.
the world as Zach Grammari. A wildly popular magician, the star of Troop Grammari. His mentor, Magnifi Grammar Yi, was a rare breed of magician. Don't ask me why, it's pronounced differently.
Something happened in 2001. We can't talk
Something
about
happened in 2001, we can't talk about it. He single-handedly ushered, well, besides the elevator thing. He single-handedly
Besides the
ushered
elevator
in-
thing. Well, it was before the elevator thing, actually. It was a little before that.
He single-handedly ushered in the golden age of stage magic until he was shot dead. Can't believe the Department of Homeland Security forced the reform in the trial system that removed the jury from the courtroom and made trials last only 3 days.
And now we have to
Zach
take our shoes off in the airport.
Then Zach Grammari is the suspect. Literally, it's the Patriot Act. That's what did it. Canon.
April 19th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 7. I wasn't listening. I was busy thinking about 9/11, a
Magnifi
wild and
Grammari
popular-
was shot dead, and Zach Grammari is the suspect.
Got it. The Japanifornia Act.
Oh, it's too bright in here.
Ah, shit! Ah! Eee, my eyes!
Max, did you talk to Kate about who's handling the prosecutor?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
We were wondering.
Hey,
if
hey,
since-
Kate. Take 17-year-old Clavier Gavin. why don't
It's
you?
my turn! Mom said it's
It's
my
your
turn to
turn.
play with the clavier, Gavin!
It sure is.
Court is now in session for the trial of Shoddy Enigmar.
Shoddy.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. God, the redrawn sprite looks so good.
It looks so good!
Is the prosecution ready?
I was just thinking, is this what all the fuss is about? Bit of a buzzkill, really.
Kill? Is this some new kind of crime?
What of the worst? This is a trial, Jack. Where's the sweaty palms, the pounding hearts? A Gaviner's concert's got 10 times the thrills this gig's got.
Who were you again?
Clavier Gavin. I came to get the party started. Legally, Dad.
I came
to the
to
city.
get the party started.
But I also had an orgasm.
I also did very much not.
Gavin, defense attorney Christoph Gavins.
Figures my bros more famous in this part of town.
Clavier Gavin. Lead singer for the mega hit band The Gaviners. You're out of your league, rock boy.
I know what you're thinking.
Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy?
Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy? You're out of your league, rock boy. True, my debut single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love, went platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby compared to this, ja.
Talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro rock accent, by the way.
I'm just getting warmed up, Herr Attorney Wright.
Now that the
Perhaps you-
foreplay is done, let's talk about the case.
Perhaps
the
you
amble.
would be so kind as to fill us in on the case.
Achtung, baby. Time to call on the opening act. What was his name again? Ah, yes. Detective Gumshoe. Hit it.
So any of us can take Gumshoe. Anyone feel particularly strong?
I can take Gumshoe.
Yay!
In a fight? In a fight, right?
Oh yeah,
Bite.
by the way,
Yeah.
hi Gumshoe!
Yeah, totally.
What?
By the way, hi, Ditchard! And you are?
Hey, you were the one who called me up here, sir.
I'm giving him a kiss on the lips.
Name's Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct.
Detective Gumshoe, long time no see.
And people say he isn't in the sequel trilogy.
I know, right? What? People always forget he is actually here. Wait, wasn't Bridge like 2 months ago? I think it was.
Yeah, Burge was 2 months.
Yeah.
Burge was in February.
I haven't seen you in
That's long
2 whole months.
2 months.
I mean,
yeah.
for Ace Attorney, that is a little long time no see.
I will say the redrawn Gumshoe sprites aren't quite as good as the Phoenix ones, but
No.
we do what we can.
Oh.
We do what we can.
That's okay. Hey,
The
yo!
Couture.
Yeah, exactly. Me?
It's true. It is kind of blending the investigation style a little bit with.
Today's the day, pal.
It sure
day.
fucking is.
It's April 19th.
It's April
Yeah,
19th.
today is in fact the day. I was thinking Una's honest. Like, today's the day. Dick, today's the day.
Mark! Mark!
Today I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today, see?
I know, right?
Yeah. So glad we both went there.
Wait, you normally lack confidence in your testimony?
Herr Detective, this is my stage. Kenzie antics.
Huh?
All this hey Ewing and such. I could care less about your history together.
This is the Apollo Justice trilogy, not the Phoenix Wright trilogy.
No one gives a fuck about you anymore, old man.
Very well, Detective Gumshoe, if you would. Please tell us about the case at hand. It happened 6 days back in a room at the General Hospital.
Oh, I hate that show.
I forgot that the bullet hole is like hollow. It's so funny. The facts are as simple as they come. Here's the crime scene.
Sorry, it's the stupid ass hat that's selling it.
Yeah. With me
victim
when
was
I go honk shoe, me.
Me when I go snork, me.
The victim was a patient asleep in a hospital
Me
bed.
when I carry an oversized candle and a lamp down a flight of steps.
The killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and BAM! Lights
Me
out.
when I he nut.
Them's the facts. Not so long ago, the victim, Magnifi Grammar Yi, was a famous man. He had the entire country under his magical spell, as it were.
Until.
Until
yes.
until the
Until.
incident.
The incident. Ah, yes. The great magician. He retired years ago, though. Says the name Magnifi to one of my generation, and you'd be lucky to get a blank stare.
Until you mentioned tigers and spotted underwear.
Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciples even better. I dare say
Judas,
True Grammar has made quite a
Mark,
name for themselves.
Paul, John, the other John,
Ringo.
the other Paul, the Ringo, and John.
The youngsters know his name, Maximilian Galactica. Da, 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 da.
Anyhow, the retired Magnify's been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? Malignant tutor or something. Doing something to his liver, I think. Yeah.
Which is connected to the thigh bone. Look, pal, it's science. They scienced it real good, okay?
The science did real good.
A malignant tumor, perhaps.
In other words, hold my hand. He had liver cancer. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact.
Gumshoe, you're so fucking stupid. I dream of kissing you.
The fact
Gumshoe is a boon to idiosexuals worldwide.
I am more unsexual. I'm attracted to idiots and idiots
That's
only.
it.
Last week, Gumshoe asked me what kind of animal the Pink Panther was, and now I fantasize about kissing him in the moonlight.
What's the
No,
Spanish
last week
word
he
for
asked me what the
tortilla?
Spanish word for tortilla.
What's the
Taking
number
off my
for
shirt,
911?
Gumshoe, you're so fucking stupid.
Stupid. Gumshoe's so fucking stupid.
The facts do seem simple enough. But something's not right.
The victim was already climbing his 3 month stairway to heaven. Why not wait for him to knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him?
Get it?
Get it?
Reference.
It's music.
Well, I got it. I wouldn't have put
Well, I
it
got
quite
it.
so lyrically, but it's true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die?
Incidentally, the victim in a serious case of diabetes.
Diabetes.
What?
Diabetes.
Diabetes nuts! In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin. When he was shot with a pistol, the syringe was found at the crime scene. Chronic diabetes and cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life. Small syringe.
I believe the question before us is clear then. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had?
Very well, detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Which really sells him being like 17 or
Yeah.
19 or
Yeah,
something.
he's so much more.
He's
One of the
17,
main reasons.
isn't he? Because he's 24.
Yeah, he's
and-
17. Yeah. One of the main reasons why I wanted you to take him, not only just because so you get a whirl in the clavier seat, but also because I'm like, I can't make my voice more obnoxious than it already is, which he would have to be back in 17.
I
Also,
see. I got it. I got it.
I'm about to go piss, so someone can take Phoenix if they need to.
Alright. And a fight, right? And a fight, right? No, Mac!
Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder.
Mac's gonna be so annoying. Hey!
The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. What? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting?
Those are the facts. I have here the letter in question. To my beloved student Zach, I owe you the entrust. Okay.
I can't read that fast. Oh, please, Clavier, I can't read that fast.
Clavier, I can't read that fast.
Very unusual indeed.
To my beloved student Zach, to you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come on the 13th, 11:05 p.m. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot. One shot, square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Magnify Grammary. I was about to make a smart-ass comment like, wow, we're ignoring that's the same handwriting. Of course it's the fucking same handwriting. That's the point we're getting to.
Although, could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull a trigger, I wonder?
I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter.
Ah, you cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court?
Unfortunately, even the defendant won't say a peep about that bit, sir.
One thing bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? Why have him come at 11:05 without some specific reason? The devil is in the details, Herr Attorney.
Well, was there some reason?
As it turns out, there was. Every night, for a half hour, starting at 11 o'clock, the victim, Magnify Grammary, was given an IV. An IV.
There it is in the picture, off to the side of the bed.
At 11 o'clock, a doctor would come to set up the IV.
And
30 minutes
TV. Got to watch mine shows.
Got to watch mine stories. 30 minutes later, he would come back with the empty bag. This happened every night without fail. So that was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption. During his IV.
Very well, shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you would.
What's this reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? He could have at least mentioned it to me.
Yeah.
But that would take out the mystery for the player, duh. The victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. Hi, Sam! And this letter was sent by the victim?
There it is! Gotcha! You're all mine this time, pal!
Huh?
I had the handwriting checked out, of course. It's the victim's, no mistake.
Ah.
I
Got
see.
order.
Score one for the boys!
I didn't lose. I was just ascertaining the facts. So why am I so annoyed?
But a letter ordering your own death. Things aren't what they used to be, I guess.
Yeah, welcome to 2019. Shit sucks.
Yeah, I'm not sure this is exactly commonplace even now, Your Honor.
So anyway, guess I'll keep going while I'm ahead.
Okay.
Before the bolt was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. Hi, Sam.
Oh, it is Sam. You mean this
Well-
pistol, the one in the crime scene photo?
I was gonna say, I mean, you said they switched them all out to Sam, I assumed.
I did. But
That's the one.
I wasn't 100% certain if they replaced the one in the flashback or not.
It's a funny looking gun, so there's no mistaking it.
That makes sense. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullet were a perfect match.
So, you verified the murder weapon, in other words.
Hold my hand.
Yeah, you bet we did.
Pistol definitely belonged to the man.
Why are you so certain?
What pile of sand has your head been stuck in all this time, pal? All 2 months. You never heard of Zack and Vallant's quick draw shoot 'em?
Huh? What's that?
One of the defendant's specialties. Zack and Vallant stand on either side of a girl. Then they shoot. But the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on stage. This is one of the pistols they used in their show. Got a great design, huh? Kids love it.
Many boys and girls joined the police just because of that pistol, I hear.
You know, that would explain a lot about the police force.
You ever met Toru Adachi?
True grammar, I stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man held on to that pistol ever since. The court would like to see the pistol in question. You got it, sir. Here it is. Well, this truly is a blast from the past. A man has died, Your Honor. It is a stage
Please, a
pistol.
man is dead.
It's a stage pistol for magic shows, see? But it can fire real bullets.
So it's a real gun. What?
It was a real gun.
It looks so much bigger in real life than on TV.
Yeah, a lot of people say that.
Yeah, but it can only hold one round.
Yeah, a lot of people say that.
By the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty. And it shows traces of having been fired recently.
So, were any fingerprints found on the gun?
No, but there were fingerprints.
Miles
up the gun.
Edgeworth! Unfortunately,
It
no.
was found in the trunk of his car.
Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. We might say that a lack of fingerprints is, in fact, a fingerprint of its own.
I just took a big sip of water. Hold on. Intriguing point. Well made.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Not well made, not intriguing.
In any case, the court accepts this evidence. My grandchild would get a kick out of seeing this. But now it's time to return to our testimony.
I'm trying to gather all the details before coming in here. This testimony might be my only source of information. Better pay attention. Read this letter carefully. So, I think there was one that you didn't press.
There is one. A few days what happened was in ordering his own letter. The defendant
This one.
asked.
Hold it! How can you be so sure?
Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself. Get that noggin cranking.
You failed to grasp the concept of questioning, Detective.
First, we got this letter. It says, shoot in the forehead. Loud and clear.
I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it.
Because you're a pussy.
Well, I'm built different. Well, maybe you need to
Ripped-
grow yourself a
ripped to-
backbone, pal.
Rip to
Still
you.
issue. You failed to grasp the concept of shooting people is bad, Detective. That's why you're in the police.
That's why you're a cop.
We also found the defendant's pistol at the scene.
Traces of gunpowder residue shows that it had been fired recently.
Well, Mr. Wright? As far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim.
Cubshu
Photo,
has
maybe
shown
there's
he
something in there I can
he
use.
isn't a bastard by being fired.
They're saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead. I think there's a hole in the prosecution's argument. Clearly, Mr. Enigmar.
No clue. I would want to say like shot something else because like there's a hole in this fucking thing that they're gonna want me to point out.
Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me.
Yes?
What does the letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes.
Bingo, pal! That's why the defendant popped him one in the forehead!
Oh? The defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make.
What? And you can prove that with this photo?
I can prove he had a choice, yes.
The defendant might have fired like he was ordered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead.
Logic and trick,
Well.
my love.
Let's hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright.
I like logic and trick.
If you didn't shoot
I think all the other logic themes are better. It's my least favorite one.
I love logic and trick.
That's fine.
Everyone's entitled to their stupid opinion.
I know, right?
the
That's
clown
mine.
doll.
Fair enough.
Take a closer look. See? It's been shot in the forehead too.
Mr.
Mr. Nigmar met Mo
and it caused him to
kill.
You should kill us all on sight.
I was about to say, I love Dave the Moon.
You've ordered your own hit for eternity.
Ah, there's a hole in its forehead.
There's a hole in my forehead!
Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim. Would you like it to be filled, Mr. Gavin?
Ha! And I suppose you have a reason as to why he'd shoot the clown doll.
He didn't just shoot the doll. He shot the doll's forehead. Something that you will have experience with later in life.
His forehead! Ugh.
Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot one shot square in the forehead. Head on, applied directly to the forehead, which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead.
The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. That hole in the clown's forehead, it definitely looks like it was shot. Bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter.
I admit, I'm impressed, but I expected nothing less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim.
Objection! Ugh. Perhaps he did have to shoot a forehead, as ordered. All clown dolls deserve it. I have a clown wall in my room. But the letter says nothing about whose forehead. This was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life.
The bullet hole in the clown doll's forehead does demand an explanation. It might very well be a clue, yet Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. You cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim.
So sorry, Mr. Light. How sad it is to see the mighty fall.
Snap, crackle, pop.
Snap, crackle, pop.
How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. Your overconfidence is your weakness. Your faith in your friends is yours. Faith in your mama. What was that? I said your mama.
I said your mama.
He doesn't realize just how big this little hole is going to get.
Ayo!
Ayo!
Detective Gumshoe.
Save this.
Please
Dick,
take this new...
fill that hole.
Please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony.
Aye, sir. Mr. Wright has a tiny hole that needs to get bigger.
Alright, so there is a contradiction.
Still shot?
Why
No, it's
couldn't
because
he
it's
have
only
shot-
one. Fires one real bullet, and they were like, you only did it once.
Yeah.
Objection!
I see him.
The trickiest cases often seem the simplest.
Gumshoe should fill. Nay, I shan't say it.
Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand? Capiche?
Yeah, but like I just said, pal. After he shot the clown in the forehead, he went and,
Objection! Did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he could not.
The murder weapon? How?
It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time. If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim too.
That's not a contradiction, not even close. All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot.
Hearing this music with Sam Riegel's voice, what a transition game this is. You know?
We're so fucking back.
Oh, where did he get the extra bullet? They're not so easy to come by, you know.
I'm like actually tearing up. I love Phoenix Wright so much.
You claim the defendant had one ready. then prove to us how he got it.
Ugh. I had a feeling this wasn't over yet. No, this party is just getting started. And I haven't proven anything yet beyond my good looks and startling record sales.
An utter lack of humility.
What's this? It seems that the prosecution has another witness prepared.
Like I said, El Detective was just the warm-up act. Now that the audience has gotten the taste of what's to come, they're ready.
Ready for what?
For my decisive witness, of course. A witness who, you will find, can prove one thing for us. That it was that glamour eye who shot the victim in the forehead.
Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess.
This might be my lucky break. I'll need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach.
Court is adjourned. Let me see if I remember what
We could-
voice
yeah,
I
we
used
can
for
keep
fucking
going.
Zach.
I do, Tensik. Tensik, you know me.
We got one more in us.
We got one more in us.
Yeah.
I'm
I got
almost
one more
insulted.
in me.
I'm almost insulted you have to ask, Tensik. How dare you?
Also, bye, Gumshoe.
Also,
Gumshoe.
bye, Dick.
Bye.
April 19th, 11:21 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2.
Very impressive, Mr. Wright. I have to say, I expected nothing less.
We've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a little bit more about what happened, actually.
I did not think you would believe me if I told you.
Trust me, I've been through some weird shit. 2 months
You
ago,
can tell me.
I fell into a river and I got a cold. You're fine.
You're good.
Okay. Better that you discovered the truth for yourself. Oh, bye, Gumshoe.
That too.
Sure.
I was thinking of you, you know.
A dangerous pastime. I think we need less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened?
Ah, the way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright.
No,
Zach,
we're
we
not
don't have
doing
time for this!
You'll scare Trucy.
Speaking of which, where is she?
You've seen the problem yourself. The letter.
The one shot in the forehead one, right?
Yes, and the reason he speaks of. I could not deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death.
Why not?
This is something I will not say. For now, at least.
What's this for now business?
I have done many things in my life. Some well, some poorly. But this is a cross we must bear alone to our graves.
We?
You wanted to know about the night of the incident?
Finally. Guy sure likes to take his time getting to the important stuff.
Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time.
This
Some
music.
Rube Goldberg shit.
And found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols.
2?
Yes, the one I had used on stage, and the one that had been used by my partner, Valant.
Oh, for the Zach and Valance quick draw thing.
My mentor had the look of one sleeping.
It was ebbing away.
I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my hand.
I shot him and then I shot him in the face.
I
Shot him in the face!
I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then, for a moment.
Wait. You mean you thought about shooting him?
recall there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request, though not his first.
So there were other requests you couldn't refuse before.
To be honest,
Oh.
I've not always been steadfast. Oh my god.
There's a way to fix that. There's a way to fix that, Amy.
Yeah.
Just saying.
And I fear I've brought pain upon Trucy.
Was Magnifi coercing his disciples somehow?
Yeah.
Max!
So what was going on in Troop Grammari?
Well, it's too bad. That's what you got.
Get got, idiot.
Kimchi. Sorry, I was very excited about the kimchis.
Yeah. Subscribers get little Kimchi badges.
Aww.
Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him.
It didn't even matter.
Instead, I turned and shot the clown.
Oh! Wait, have you just been in here this entire time? No, of course.
I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket.
In your pocket?
I believe if you examine the bullet in the clown's head,
It's right there.
you will find it to be different than the one in my mentor. What were those called?
The fingerprints of a gun.
Ah,
Yeah.
yes, of course. Yes, well, that is all I have to tell you concerning the case.
Concerning the case. You mean there's something else you can tell me?
You are a fascinating man, Mr. Wright.
Please, we don't have time.
We can explore each other's bodies once I get you a not guilty verdict.
Yeah, we'll have a situationship later.
Don't worry about
it. After the situationship that he will slowly get into.
There will be many situationships in my future.
Yes, there is something. My mentor,
We can
his eyes opened.
we can explore each
We can
other's
explore each
bodies once
other's
I get
bodies
you
after
off.
I Yeah.
Wait,
Zach Ramery says, "You don't think I can get you? You don't think
you don't think I can
me
get you off?
What? Magnifi Grammary?
The old devil. He was not asleep, you see. Of course.
His ass was not eating.
His ass was not eating.
Of course, the gunshot would have woken him anyway. And there we had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion. Maybe 5-10 minutes or so.
What did you talk about?
Mr. Wright. Did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case.
Zach Ramery. He seems pretty steadfast to me. Maybe just stubborn. Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom.
Once again, I am in your hands.
You can be in my hands once I get you off.
Alright, let's get back in there. Oh, it's like, Mr.
Ready?
Yeah, Mr. Right.
April 19th, 11:37
The
a.m.
courtroom wants you in there.
Mr. Wright, the courtroom wants you in there. District Court, courtroom number 7.
Court is now back in session.
Telling our recess, a bullet was found in and dug out from the clown's head.
Well, this is news. And the rifling marks?
There wasn't time to do a detailed analysis. Though they did find the weapon type matches the murder weapon.
Well, that's not very conclusive, is it?
Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness.
A decisive witness. How many times have I heard those words? Though they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think.
Oh, don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. After all, he's intimately acquainted with the players in our little production. Being the other half of the Troupe Glamori's famous duo, Zach and Valant.
Volant Grammar. So, you get to see the great Magnifi's other disciple.
Baby Volant!
He's exactly the same, except without the mustache
Without
and the
the
streaks in his hair.
Yeah.
Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation.
Volant Grammar, magician.
My occupation is airplane pilot.
My occupation, airplane pilot.
No! This is the bit that keeps on giving.
It just hit me. Just like the... Okay.
And
Your Honor, a second witness has hit the podium.
Your Honor, a second gun has hit the crime scene.
Hit the crime scene.
You're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student your partner's guilt.
Fate. The grand illusion filled with traps and tricks. Wait, the shooting took place at that hospital after 11 o'clock at night. Maya, turn on the TV! They hit the fucking courthouse! They hit the courthouse, Maya!
Maya, they hit the fucking Maya, they hit the fucking courthouse!
Turn on the TV, it's on every channel. I guess it's funny if it's Maya waking up Nick. Nick! Wait,
what if I just texted MJ? Can I get an audio of you saying Nick? They hit the fucking courthouse.
Please!
Hold on.
Get the original clip from Oni Plays, they hit the Pentagon. It's like, can you emulate this with Maya?
Can you hold on. Do I ask her in the group chat or do I just ask her privately? I'm asking her in the group chat.
If you're a witness, does that mean that you were there that late?
Oh my god.
Saying.
So stupid. Thank you.
Hey, Roof.
For those in the chat that can't see the group chat, okay, just at MJ. Question.
Damn. If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is yes. Okay. I always get the characters, don't I?
I run. I have an interesting fact for you. You
Sorry.
see, several days before the crime, my witness received this.
That looks very familiar.
Wait. That's the same letter Zach Grammary received. Yes. Or perhaps I should say, ta-da!
Okay, pose.
He's serving magician, you know.
He's serving.
Order. And what does it say? Surely not the same thing.
Perhaps you should see for yourself.
Oh yeah, I was ready.
MJ is typing.
You I
MJ!
trust the task of blowing my life's curtain. Come on the 13th, 11:20. I will ready to go. Shoot one shot in the forehead. Order in the court with legs like that. I'm not in this group chat either, so I'm with chat here. Make a second letter added.
A second letter is here.
A second letter is at the goddamn court record!
This is most unusual. Exactly what was going on with you folks?
Give me 2 hours. Let's go.
Let's go.
What exactly was your troop Grammari up to?
By which you mean?
I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask his students to kill him. Both
You ever
of
heard
them,
of
no
Jesus Christ?
No, he...
No, I haven't actually. Go on.
I haven't heard of that before.
Both of them, no less.
It's just my opinion, Herr Judge. But from these letters, I'd say he was coercing them, not asking them.
To find out, tune into my summer theology streams. Which I might do. Who knows? I'm trying to, like, get into this guy's, like, voice pattern without, like, doing the...
Without doing the
you know? So I'm like,
yeah.
we walked the magician's path together, and in so doing, shared much of our lives.
Gay.
When people are so close, there is a strain, a warping of relations, you might say.
Gay.
Yet, this has nothing to do with the case at hand.
My homosexual tendencies do not matter.
By which you mean you're not gonna tell us. You can't catch me, gay thoughts. Which makes me wonder even more about this reason they couldn't refuse.
I'll out you.
Well, let's get on with the testimony.
A
for
warping of
starters.
relations like the warping of steel beams.
Damn it, guys! The
I
worst
love
part
being
is
born in after 2001.
the worst part is I think I started this bit, and this is like the price of my humor.
Oh god, I think so.
Yeah.
Great
No,
bang, no
well,
notes.
We'll figure it out when we do the compilation at the end.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
9/11 compilation, absolutely.
Demonetize your channel.
Yeah, it was. I just watching the compilation so far. It was basically like as Trucy, talking about Volant. I was like, he's a terrorist actually, and he did one thing before I was born, and then Kate was like, Jack, no, we can't do that.
And we have done nothing but that every stream since.
Jack, no.
This is what I've wrought. This is the price to pay.
The immediate,
true
like,
origins
I
of
don't
the
know
Dark
if I
Age of
can
the Law.
say that.
The defendant, Zach Grammeri, stands accused. Tell us why.
Anyway,
Ain't nothing
Capcom
but-
sponsor Kate.
They
The
still
Capcom
haven't got
writers.
back to me. I'm just saying.
Oh, I'll do more than that. For where he walks, the red roses rise, singing hymns to the miracle that is magic.
So we're saying his second grammar is hit the magnifying.
Yeah. Fascinating, though I hardly need to remind you that the evidence could just as clearly point to you as the suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the 2 bullets found at the scene.
In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time.
As every magician knows, timing is everything.
Yeah. And now it's time to get this party fired up.
That night, I visited the hospital room at the time Magnify requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown.
Ow!
Then I informed the doctor and the police.
Sad honk noises.
So you were the one who reported the crime.
Oh my god!
Indeed. I would think. This fact alone would clear my name of suspicion. Let's not jump to any conclusions.
Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court.
Unless you're smarter than the game and you're like, let me get through it.
Let me do it!
But if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant, Zach Grammeri, is guilty.
And if it wasn't Zach Grammeri, then the killer was you, Volant. A no disappearing act will get you out of that. Alrighty.
because of the hospital room. I was because the smell of gunpowder hung in the room. My mentor had taken his final bow. I did not imagine that my fellow student might have received the same instructions.
Oh no.
Terrifying.
That's gonna be a fun case when we get to it.
Oh, I forgot about that. We had a deal, still a deal. It's a sweet kiss I gave unto the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police. Press this because I think it's funny.
There were 2 bullet holes in the scene. One in the victim and one in the elevator door. I asked you, where did that
second bullet hole come from?
You're saying the one who shot the clown was you. No doubt my partner Zach has said much the same thing.
This is like the second messiest breakup that's happened in this court. Maybe the first messiest breakup that's happened.
Chronologically. Yeah, because
I guess
whoever didn't
chronologically.
shoot the clown committed murder. I better dig around here a bit more and see what I turn up. Mr. Volant, let me ask about something else concerning the crime scene. Namely,
the number of pistols.
how many pistols were there when you entered the room? By which you mean what, precisely? 2 pistols were used in the Zack and Volant quick draw shoot-'em, correct? 1 for each of you. You are well informed, yet only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night. What did Zack tell me back in the lobby? So cold.
So cold.
Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time, and found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols.
Ren.
I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. Oh, that's so me. I know.
Yeah.
Only 1 pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime scene after all.
So you picked up that pistol and fired it? Indeed I did. Alakazam, Alakazing, Alakaboom.
Boom shakalaka, motherfucker.
Is the number of pistols really so important?
I mean, yes,
Yeah.
because we already established they each can only hold 1 bullet.
Number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor.
Very well.
Alakaboom, go the towers.
No!
It was Alakazam, Alakazing, Alakaboom goes the Pentagon.
Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony.
No, I'll add this into my Ace Attorney worldview. 9/11 happened, but it was the Grammarized instead,
And also,
which spurred the
decades
of the law.
later.
What can I do but obey?
We're not Zach, we're lawyers.
Okay. So, can this be true?
No. Well, no. Well, no. Well, hold on. Yes, that's exactly what this means, Jupiter. That is well, that also implies that My Chemical Romance, I think, still happened in the Ace Attorney universe, and maybe it didn't. Wouldn't it have been like if they fired the gun, he would have woken up?
No, because he's saying that when he walked in, Magnifi was already dead. Like, already shot.
Ah.
So, but he's saying that my pistol shot the clown.
Yes.
Would you remember what Zach said before we went into court?
No.
Well, Zach said that he shot the clown, right?
Well, yeah, that's our main argument here. Whoever didn't is going to
so
jail.
So how can we prove which gun shot the clown?
You will shoot one shot square in the... Hold on. Shoot one shot square. Well, they both said... Is it this our friend?
No.
Okay, good, because that's a... There seemed to be more to this trial.
Yeah.
I will ready a gun with which you were to shoot one shot in the... Okay.
Well, of the... How to describe this?
I'm
Why
silly
did-
Billy, I'm sorry.
How did Zach say that he could prove that his pistol shot the clown?
The
It's like BRB, guys.
Okay.
only thing I think that would prove that would be rifling marks.
Yes.
And wasn't it like...
It's the
Oh,
pistol.
it's the pistol, because it would be like whoever's pistol this is
yeah.
would be
shot
the...
the.
Got it.
yeah.
Got it. Okay, with you. On it.
Yeah. I know it's not an obvious choice. According to the defendant, Zach Grammary, when he entered the room, Grammari, there were 2 pistols on that table.
2.
One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead. Then he left with it in his pocket.
Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant has some brains in his head.
Well, what about what Mr. Vallant has told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense. You alright?
Yeah, I just sat down.
What might that be? I told you I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown. That's your story, at least. But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Vallant. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us.
We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun.
The bullet was so cold.
The bullet was fucking freezing. The rifling marks on the bullet were a perfect match.
Mr. Vallant, if you fired this pistol, then you The bullet was Ren.
The bullet was Ren.
Order, order, order! Well, this is all rather sudden, Mr. Rice.
Objection, I have to come on to him first.
What have I done?
I let you die, I let you down.
Prosecutor Gavin?
I owe the court an apology. An apology. Sorry.
Sorry for what?
See-
I shit and farted.
I shouldn't and farted. You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proves the type of guns that fired them.
But that's not what you told us before. You said you'd verify the murder weapon. Why am I pointing the gun at myself?
Me too. Which is why I'm apologizing to you now. Quite sincerely, I might add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth?
That was just this morning.
I am still young.
Classic Clavier Gavin moments.
Such a good Clavier Gavin.
Pop
line.
Winterbank.
I love it.
And
Pop
I might add,
Winterbank.
and I might add, it wasn't really my fault. If the defendant had only admitted he took one pistol from the scene of the crime, we would not be having this pleasant discussion now.
Valant Grammari.
Yes, Your Honor.
You were presented to this court as a decisive witness. But you've proven to be more divisive than decisive.
Good one, Your Honor.
God forbid women do anything, Elyaj.
There are no women in this courtroom.
You'll see in time. The testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next.
Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin?
No.
Absolutely not.
Racerhead is my most spiritual film. Elaborate on that. No.
No. Oh my god, what the fuck is Mr. in German?
Er?
Yeah. Not bad. When Valance enters the hospital room, the victim has already been shot. As his next testimony will prove, Wright, the real fight is about to begin.
Bring it. I can take it.
In a fight, right?
Very well. The witness will now testify to the court.
Anakin stare. In a fight, right?
In a fight, right?
Help us determine who shot what.
And the name of the testimony is... Who shot what?
Shot what? What's the Spanish word for tortilla? God, you're so fucking stupid. It's part of my charm.
Allegro. I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor.
Testimony who did 9/11.
The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. And the one in the room at the time was my partner, not me. That sounds like an objection.lol video that has like 200,000 views for no reason on YouTube, which is like Ace Attorney who did 9/11.
Those times are rather close, you have to admit. You're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. To use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis of your alibi
is easy to explain in this situation, Elyaj. For example, take our debut hit single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love. Cue to the song, press the play button and it will play for 2 minutes 15 seconds. Do it 100 times, the result is the same.
Your debut single was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long? What a ripoff. Must be one of those TikTok audios.
Honestly, you know what? The Glaviters would have, this is 2019, the Glaviters would have absolutely made music specifically to be used on TikTok. Are you kidding?
Yeah, of course.
Magic is a world of...
You don't think he's a TikTok influencer? Of course he is.
He's absolutely a TikTok influencer. Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus pocus requires fuck me. Hocus pocus requires admirable focus.
That was gonna sound so cool until you fucked it up.
Shut up, Allies! I'm trying my best. And in the time of death determined by the doctor, there's an incontrovertible truth.
Very well. The prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times.
Limited edition.
They would.
And we can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision.
But only like they do the thing where they would announce they were gonna do it, and then they would receive the backlash, and they would be like, "Our bad." I would hope the defense refrains from its customarily broad, sweeping accusations, lest we blur the focus this case so clearly demands.
Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in a penalty.
I assure you, it's quite based.
Carry on, Mr. Wright.
It's actually, this one's canonically based on nothing.
Carry on. Right. No, it's carry on, Mr. Wright.
It's carry on, wayward son.
Carry on, wayward son.
There will be peace when you... No, there'll be peas when you are done. A commonly misheard lyric. Discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. It's quite clear about the time of death. How?
I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb here to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time?
we do usually only get an estimated time of death, true. I'm not sure I've heard of a verified time of death.
Magic revels in making the complex appear simple, but reality is the opposite. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction.
I see another person has done their arithmetic homework.
The point here is the IVs the victim was taking.
The 4 the victim was taking?
The 4 the victim was taking. It's quite visible in the photograph of the scene.
Oh my god.
Okay.
You okay?
Recall what we heard earlier about the victim, Magnifi glamour is sexual. Every night at 11 o'clock, Magnifi took an IV drip for 30 minutes.
I can see the IV bag right there, yes.
Now, look a little closer. Follow the tube down from the back to the end.
The needle's been removed.
Doubtlessly, it fell out when he was shot. I don't think that's how needles work, but okay.
That would
I
seem
don't
to
know
be the
enough about
case.
needles to fight that.
That would seem to be the case.
Once the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips.
You could just measure the remaining IV liquid.
Precisely. The IV liquid functions, for our purposes, as an hourglass of sorts. This is how the doctor determines the time of death. From the amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began. Ooh.
And so it was, when I, Volant, entered that room. 10 minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed. And this is proof.
And they...
Well, Mr. Wright?
Did that seem important?
In what world is that not important?
Well, seeing how it is the biggest clue we have to the time of death, I'd say it's very important.
Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. Behold the power of arithmetic. Very well. The witness will add this detail to his testimony.
Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. Ding. Press.
Yeah, I'm pressing. Give me a minute. I'm pressing.
Pressing!
I'm me when I'm depressed.
Yeah, I'm pressing.
I'm pressing.
Did you notice?
I'm straight up pressing it, and by it, let's just say.
It, I mean,
I mean, duh.
me.
Duh.
Duh. That would make a good tweet. Did you
That
notice the
would.
IV yourself by any chance? When I first entered that room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then his left arm did I spy, a rose drooping and wilted. Its thorn, the discarded IV needle.
Knocked from the vein by the force of the shot. Luckily for you. If that IV had not been there, why, you might be a suspect.
Indubitably so.
Indubitably!
I might say it's thanks to my lucky color. Your lucky color? Indeed. Even today I wear it proudly upon my suspect self. For it always, without fail, brings me luck. Why, when Zack and Valant won their first Magician's Grand Prix. Yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians.
Hello!
I was adorned in this attire then too, and our trophy, a bust! What a day that was. Me when I turn about Big Top.
Me when I fucking turn about Big Top.
Ugh, this is one trip down memory lane. Everybody
fucking needs. Everybody
go.
needs speed. I'm hitting you with a bat.
But not that bat, am I right? My lucky color, yes indeed. And that IV too. I say I think it was hued especially for me, Volant. Anyway.
That does seem to be the case, indeed. And what the fuck was that just now?
Don't worry about it.
Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony?
Jack, did you think you would get the don't worried about it today? Volant sure looks happy with himself. I don't know what that whole thing about Turnabout Big Top was about, but... Okay, how about this lucky color testimony?
Big problem. I love
Mucho problemo.
it doesn't
So-
seem like I don't know, man.
Well, what's the issue?
I don't fucking know. I was busy making a bit. Okay.
He's saying his
He's
IV
very-
was his lucky color.
What's his lucky color?
Okay, that's what I thought. I thought I was being
I know
blind
we
as
kind
fuck.
of just got
We got lost in a
sidetracked.
bit.
Certainly sounds like your lucky colors brought you plenty of luck. But not this time.
I thought I was
We
being
created
colorblind.
it. It's fiction. It's a made-up tale. A total fabrication. It never happened. This one was invented by a writer. Mr. Volant, your lucky colors betrayed you. SpongeBob betrayed
us.
I'm afraid you've lost me. Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence. No. Fuck!
No.
What? Please recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be duly penalized.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, I fucking heard you.
I do hope this latest accusation is well-based.
Oh, I assure you.
It's
quite
based.
Don't worry, I got all your bases right here.
They belong
Sherlock
to
Holmes
me.
too, baby.
Very well, let's hear the defendant's claim. Where is your evidence that contradicts what Mr. Volant has told us?
Yeah. Take that! Me when I'm Sam Riegel.
Me when I'm
The crime scene tells all, Your Honor.
me when I'm Barry based.
The photo of the crime scene.
That's still 7 years in the past. He's not quite Sam yet.
All this talk of color has me yearning for black and white, clear-cut simplicity. Tell us, Airlight, just where is the contradiction in this photo?
My pleasure. And I assure you, it's quite based. But I can't promise anything in black and white.
Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say.
What could it be? Volant Grammary. Whatever your name is. Let me get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow. Yeah? Kinda takes the mystery out of it, but yes.
Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright?
Yes, it's a terrible color.
Oh, objection! No, it's the best color, shut up!
Decisively wrong, in fact. You should be ashamed for wearing it. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene.
What's this?
Confusion, doubt. Tell us, what do your elderly eyes spy?
Even my elderly eyes can see a problem here, Mr. Volant. Look at that IV bag.
What is this? What foul magic? Ick!
Ick. It's the ick. Your Honor, it's giving
the
me
ick.
the ick.
It'd be hard to call the IV liquid yellow. And I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph. Alakaz, no!
That's the part.
Order! What does this mean? What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you... What do you mean?
What do you mean?
This is some kind of mistake.
Yes, Prosecutor Gavin. Your witness's mistake.
The greener they are, the harder they fall. Suppose there's no substitute for experience. Volant Grammari, as you have reminded us several times, your lucky color is yellow, but the IV is clearly not. Well, this contradiction can mean only one thing.
And to think, you almost had me. I see your true colors now, Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright.
He said the thing!
Something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence.
No. Fuck.
Yes, a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. White.
How do you...
The song doesn't even exist yet. What the fuck? How? Because the witness has made no mistakes. I agree. At a glance, the IV liquid does appear a sort of greenish yellow. But I assure you, the liquid itself is quite yellow.
Guilty love has existed for the entirety of the Gaviners, like career. It's their achy breaky heart.
Ah.
Yeah. Wow, Phoenix Wright, you really are an Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. So true.
Yellow liquid? How can you say that?
The polite term is piss.
As far as I can
Sounds
tell,
like he's injecting piss into his veins.
as far as I can tell from this photo, it's green.
Piss and vinegar.
Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself?
The bag? I mean, the plastic bag on the hook.
It looks like a, I want to say light blue.
Precisely. Figured it out yet? Put a yellow liquid in a blue bag and...
You got green.
Congrats,
This-
went to art school.
Congrats! This, incidentally, is the liquid's true color.
Nice, the Naruhodo.
Yeah?
Your explanation does have a I said the line already. I said the line, Bart.
Objection! As I thought. There's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin.
What?
You may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave. For you, that is.
Grave.
The liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know the IV liquid was actually yellow? Alakazam!
Forgot the Rammies Club here.
Oh my god.
Mr. Wright, you will explain this at once.
Is this the... I think this might be the last time that the original Pursuit plays.
The witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid. So I'm sure it means something, but what?
I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Volant Grammari, has testified that the IV liquid was yellow because...
He...
What?
It's funnier than just asking.
What are you leaning toward?
I was gonna say, like, he knew the IV liquid's color because that's what Clavier told him to say, or he'd seen it before, but I don't really know where that comes from, but Jack didn't seem to like me saying he knew the IV liquid's color, so I just went, I don't know.
Go with he'd seen it before. I think you can actually do multiple options here. From the facts before us, the answer is clear. Unlike the bag. The witness knew that the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he'd seen it before. But not inside the blue bag we see in the photo. He saw the liquid by itself in a clear, colorless bag.
I suppose you would have had to, but I'm still not clear as to what all this means.
Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work at a hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor.
I'm afraid I find nothing. So what if he knew the IV liquid's color? Leaves the getting excited over absolutely nothing to your teeny bubba fence, ja.
I love that. The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. A 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin.
I remember it well.
So cold.
So
However,
cold.
there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag.
Wait, I know.
One's got
An
liquid.
hourglass uses sand.
Yeah.
An IV bag uses liquid. I'm right? Naruhodo.
As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no.
Oh.
Unlike the sands in an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body. At which point, like magic, it disappears.
I get it. Okay.
However, what if the amount of IV liquid had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in.
Okay, we went different directions with that. Let me get this straight, Elhite.
Never.
You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag?
Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow. Now wait, I said wait! How might an amateur such as myself essay to perform such a task?
Not my problem.
I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup. I fucking love that.
I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag. Quite! Can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat?
I can pour water into a cup. So good.
He's such a silly Billy.
I love it.
He has a point, amateurs. I, at least, would have some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag.
You don't need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. He added liquid to that IV to throw off the time of death.
I tire of these fairy tales lacking evidence.
Well, Mr. Wright, any solid evidence to bring us back down to earth?
Volant Grammar, I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime.
When I ask what your strongly suggestion?
Magic relies on props, and props become evidence.
Might I point out, the hat roses and look.
Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag.
All he had to do
All he had to
was
do
piss in it.
was work a little magic, and the prop was
Piss. Well, that showed no signs of.
yes,
Yes.
it's been washed.
Ha ha!
Take that!
The victim's syringe.
It's the perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick. and easy enough for an amateur to use.
What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid in it.
Objection! And don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin?
What?
The victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Well, Volant Grammari, as you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock. One that you can manipulate at will. Alcazar!
Your bunnies.
It's the bunnies.
I do believe, well, with this being his first, that the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin.
I think this trial also does a great job at like showing how like Gavin is still like a competent prosecutor, but he misses very obvious things. It does a good job of like establishing that he is at the very beginning of his career.
Yes, absolutely, and that he's really cocky about it too.
Yeah.
You know, I'm afraid that while there is a doubt as to the amount of IV liquid in that bag, the time of death cannot be proven. And that brings our trial to a close for today.
Well, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. I can do a little much-needed investigation work.
I see there are no objections. Court is okay.
I spoke too soon. Who's playing that music?
Truly, there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. A word to the wise. Underestimate the young and they'll sweep your feet out from under you. In a way you never, ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking.
What is he talking about?
You say the witness used the syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid. But there is no proof.
There's no proof he didn't do it either.
Yes, quite true.
He's admitting it.
Nor was this witness quite as decisive as I'd hoped. This, I admit. After all, why linger in the past when the future holds so much?
You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin?
Proof, Herr Judge. I have another way to prove my case. This evidence, no less.
What's this?
This is the victim, Magnifique Granlery's diary.
Diary? I've heard of that.
After going into the hospital, Magnifique began writing his memoirs, it seems. The story of his birth, his startling debut, and of meeting his disciples. It seems he intended for the last chapter to end, quite appropriately, with his death.
Wait. That book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request.
Sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journal that night. Even after the IV had begun at 11 p.m. Let's read it, shall we? Tonight's IV is in, maybe the last. I leave the rest to them. The first should come soon. This journal may end here, or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. All that is left to mine is to lay down this pen.
This does appear to have been written just before his death. The court accepts this into evidence.
And Magnifique's diary edited it correct. Read the very last part with particular care. This journal may end here, or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. Of course, by his. He refers to our defendant, Zakramaya.
That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor, after all.
But look at what he says before that. This journal may end here, or it may go on. It may go on. Magnifique Glamour intended to write again. That is, if Zach Glamour didn't pull the trigger. I see the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on, it ends. Because Magnifie's life was brought to an end by the defendant, Zach Glamour.
Order, order, order! Prosecutor Gavin! Are you certain that Magnifique Grammar wrote this?
Salzo mistaking his handwriting.
Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnifique did intend to continue his diary. Yet if his diary ended here, which plainly it did...
Then the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Glamour. Well, how do you like me now, Airlight? Still too clean for your tastes?
He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe that he'd overlook such an obvious problem with his precious evidence.
Well, Mr. Right.
Yeah.
I might cry. The witness's testimony we heard was lacking. But put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case.
If the diary is accepted like this, the trial's over. Maybe it's time for me to show them something. Let's all take a deep breath in and out. Show evidence.
It's so cruel that the game makes
That
you
they make you do this.
They make you pull the fucking trigger!
After you already know.
After you know! After you know!
When I played this,
Still,
and like,
it's still
4:19.
I guess if we're going by West Coast, it'll still be for a while, but you know.
Yeah, it's also literally it just past 11:10 p.m. I need it noted for the room.
It's
Not
today.
serving with you, King.
I just when I played this in 2012, I literally like went, no, they're not gonna make me do this. They're not gonna make me do this.
They're gonna make you do it.
I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence.
What?
He doesn't know.
Does he know?
Does he know? He doesn't know.
You have some evidence that overturns this diary?
It's not too late for.
Oh.
It's not too late to rethink this and
Yeah,
avoid more
I'm
embarrassment.
Okay.
Very well. Please show us your evidence, Mr. Wright.
Incidentally, don't even think of showing us this diary of yours.
He says, "Get fucked."
Now that we've come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive. Show us evidence that proves the victim's continued writing his diary.
All right. I'd be happy to. Nothing could possibly go wrong.
I'm not okay.
Do it, you bitch! Press R, you bitch, and end his life! Mr. Electric, kill him! Nothing bad ever happens to Phoenix Wright.
2, 1.
Woo! First, take a close look at this diary.
No, Phoenix, no! It's
Yeah, it's literally the Walter White. He has AirPods and he can't hear us. Oh god. Note that a page has been clearly ripped out.
It's so iconic too that Clav's done nothing wrong here.
What's this? I hadn't noticed that at all.
That's why we're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. Alika, I don't believe it!
Alika, fuck!
Alika, what the fuck is that? Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Magnifique Grammar. That's the defense's position.
Wait, let me see that. What, Sam Hill?
It
On the
seems
Sam
fate-
Hill.
It seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remaining. To all those who supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell. Magnifi Grammar Ye.
Wait, this is the continuation of the victim's diary.
Yeah, Claudia is doing what he thinks is right through all of this. I have a lot of thoughts about this. I know. We're not even at some of the most insane parts, too. Note the torn edge of the page. It's a perfect match with the torn remains of the last page in Magnifi's diary. At least we're not making you, like, say it, Kate. At least
I know. You're
I have
saving
the
me a lot
emotional-
of.
I have the
Listen, I'm
emotional
going through
strength.
enough heartbreak on Sunday nights. It's fine. It's okay.
So true.
It's fine. We're finishing Taga Sunday night. Let me have this. I get one reprieve.
Quite remarkable.
Would you care to explain what all this means, Erotani?
This diary continued after his first visitor came. Taga, save me, Taga. Which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Grammari left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Volant Grammari! No! No!
The handwriting, too, matches that on the other pages. This is, without a doubt, the genuine article.
Order!
But wait, that's impossible! That old man couldn't have written that.
Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you, Erheit?
Resist what? Presenting solid evidence?
Elyaj,
Yes, Prosecutor Gavin.
might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness.
But Prosecutor Gavin, this evidence overturns the current witnesses.
I ask only to put it on hold. Please. My new witness has a very, very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes. No more. I promise, Your Honor.
Well, if you put it that way, Mr. Wright, what's your take on this?
Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm and sudden lack of strange accent, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway. So it might as well be sooner.
Then, though this is highly, highly irregular, we will put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring the surprise witness to the courtroom.
Now, I think my original plan was Kate could voice this character, but I guess it could be anyone. I had a bad feeling just then. Ripped out page was too obvious. He must have known. And I should have known it was a bad sign all around.
Holding a trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin.
I beg the court's understanding. But I had to make a judiciary deal with the witness to secure his testimony.
A judiciary deal?
The details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. I thought it best to contain the information to this room.
Very well, and you are the witness, I gather.
Yes. Yes, sir. State your name and occupation for the record. My name's Drew Misham. I'm a painter.
A painter? And you are somehow related to this case?
No, well, not per se. I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Misham, was it? Do you know what this is? Oh, yeah. I know it well.
How's that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I made it.
You made it?
Yes. You might call it one of my works. The prosecutor's office received a tip-off yesterday. Illegal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Lamoyai.
Illegal evidence?
I initiated an investigation and found this witness. A painter to
So
the world
true.
at large, Drew Misham, has another side, you might say. He is skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words.
Forgeries?
Well, so we are to understand that this page here is...
A fake, prepared by a certain defense attorney.
Objection! Hold it! Take that! I didn't prepare this evidence!
Objection! Ah, the attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume, but what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Phoenix Wright.
Witness, Mr. Misham, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client?
But I don't know.
What?
Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. I make the items they want and receive my payment. That's the extent of my contact with them.
Objection! But there's no proof this is a fake.
It's a fake.
Huh?
To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say without a doubt, this is mine. Is it the poison? Because that would be fucking metal.
Mr. Wright, you have just presented illegal evidence to this court. My court.
It was careless of me. That's all I can say.
So
Oh,
cool.
oh, so cold. Oh boy. Here.
What's this?
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
It was all a trap. A fatal trap.
Mr. Wright,
Yes.
do you have an explanation for yourself?
If I did, would the court hear it?
God, that fucking line. Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime. And presenting it in court, a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney.
Fatal too, perhaps. For your client, I fear. Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. A guilty one.
Objection! Your Honor, wait! I understand that presenting forged evidence in court is a serious crime. But you cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual.
hold on. Sorry. Damn it. Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright.
Your Honor.
It was a close call, I dare say. If the prosecutor's office hadn't received that hot tip, everything would have gone the way you wanted it to. Ja? I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself.
I see no need for further discussion on this matter. Special witness dismissed.
Mr. Attorney,
Yes.
could I ask your name?
Phoenix Wright.
Mr. Wright, I have seen and studied many people, but none like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright.
Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must... Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Zack. There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible. I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you. Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict when your defendant does not exist? Doesn't exist? What are you talking about? I am talking about this.
Mr. Enigmar!
The defendant's escaped! Find him, quick!
Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape.
That day, in that courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shoddy Enigmar, aka Zack Grammare, did not just escape from court. He literally, unbelievably, vanished. Right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again. Not since that day.
This is the Grammare miracle.
No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. That's how it happened. The trial of magician Zack Grammare vanished, along with him, for all eternity. The mysteries that remained behind were all solved, however. But not until 7 years later. Next time, it
Happy
continues.
11:30 p.m.
Next time, it continues. The brainworms continue.
Max, just the
The
way
Mason
the-
system.
Max,
Sorry.
you were so good in that last little bit. Like, legitimately, I teared
Thank you.
up so bad.
I was like, this is the moment where I have to switch to Phoenix voice.
This is where we lock in.
You know? Oh my god.
Happy
Hey,
Phoenix
Max.
loses his job day. Everyone
Yay.
cries. Yay.
Hey, Max, if I ever hear you shit talk yourself about being a voice actor again, I'm going to drop kick you.
Okay.
Mhm.
I won't even drive down to see you to do it, so you don't even get an excuse to see me. I will just do it.
And then just leave. We won't get
And
to
then
hang out.
yeah, no talk, no
No.
conversation. I will open your door, drop kick you, drive off. You'll never see me again.
Oh.
Call that the grammar
you're
miracle.
You are so right about Trucy too. I think about that a lot. How
I know, me too.
She's 8 years old and she gets tricked into doing that, and I'm like, oh my god.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh god.
So anyway, on Sunday we're finishing the Great Ace Attorney 2, and well, not finishing the Great Ace Attorney 2. We're finishing the Great Ace Attorney as well.
Adventures.
We're finishing Adventures. Maybe if I'm not busy that night. That there is something that's kind of hanging in the air, but we did it. We ruined a man's
At what
life.
cost?
Next time on Apollo Justice, the Mason system, aka the coolest fucking thing this series has ever done.
Yes.
IMO.
You can see Kume very kindly in chat dropping a bunch of links to a bunch of stuff that I do. There's my Discord server, there's my YouTube channel, there's my voice acting YouTube channel, there's my Ko-fi where you can donate if you want. Never mandatory, always welcomed. And you have I have a throne command finally, where you can help me purchase things to upgrade my setup so that things hopefully stop, crashing and burning every 17 seconds. None of these things are mandatory. They are very much appreciated. What's coming up tomorrow night? Probably Persona 3 Reload. The crunch will stop one day, and I hope that's not an indicator that I'm crunching right now.
It's not the right one.
Tuesday, so I'm very EP, I apologize. Saturday, maybe Persona 3 Reload. Sunday, hopefully, the end of the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Tuesday, more Yakuza 0. We've finally met Goro Majima and my god. Thursday, more Baldur's Gate 3. And then Friday, more Apollo Justice.
Yippee.
Yay.
Yippee.
Yippee. I hope you're having a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are.
Even the boy is sad, if you can hear him.
Even the boy is... You made the boy sad. Look what you did. And... Until next time.
Mm-hmm. Bye.
5 slutty years, everybody.
5 slutty years.
Slutty years.
2 more to go. 2 more to go.
2 more to go!